Welcome to Topstep TV. Up next is that Hogue guy and that other guy. Oh yeah, Horn. Hogue and Horn.
Hey, we're back. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We'd like to welcome you to Topstep TV for opening call. Congratulations. You're at the right place at the right time. And we got an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you each and every day. So today and throughout the week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, your fellow trader, and even that guy that comes back from vacation and can't wait to fire up the Topstep TV machine. So get yourself ready for some good education, some good knowledge, some good friendship. And we got our good friend here, John Hoagland. John, good morning.
Good morning, Eddie. Welcome back. We missed you last week. You had a nice week off and rested and ready for the broadcast today, it sounds like, huh?
Ready to go. Yep, ready to go, and excited what we've got ahead here today. Deanna's going to be joining us, but let's get into the news. All right, we'll start that up, get that up, and we'll get to our charts. The yield on the 10-year U.S. Treasury notes climbed 5% today, reaching a level we haven't seen since July 2007. And this is all about the bond yields, results of investor pricing, and expectations of the U.S. economic growth. Earlier today, we had the S&P testing the 4180s to 4200 zone, as we see right now, picking up just a little bit. In other market news, we have the U.S. dollar remaining strong, maintaining its position around the 150 level against the Japanese yen. Now, there's some speculation that the Bank of Japan may intervene by buying some of the open market to prevent a further decline beyond this point. Apple, our good friends at Apple, we did see the Apple drop here 1.5% early today as trade investors were digesting updates from China. Now, the reason it's happening is Asian investors, the confidence is being shaken in Beijing because of Foxconn. Now, Foxconn is a key Apple supplier, so there's some rumblings going on in China, and we'll keep our ears open. But Johnny, what do you got for us today?
Well, as far as economic numbers today, it's a little bit thin. I mean, we're only looking at the 7:30 number, which is already out, the Chicago Fed National Activity Index. Couple of shorter time bill auctions today, but over the week, tomorrow, we've got the PMI composite, which is a preliminary number. A couple of more bill announcements and a 2-year note auction tomorrow at noon. Wednesday, new home sales, EIA petroleum status report. Thursday, durable goods, GDP. This will be the second look at the third quarter GDP numbers, international trading goods and jobless claims, as usual on Thursday. We also have pending home sales and EIA natural gas report on Thursday. And Friday, personal income and outlays and consumer sentiment. So more important economic information coming out as the week goes on. As far as earnings, today it's kind of a light day. There's nothing really impactful, but throughout the rest of the week, there's some pretty big companies. Tomorrow, Coca-Cola, Novartis, Verizon, GE, and GM all due out before the open. Microsoft, Alphabet, Google, and Visa after the close. Wednesday, T-Mobile, Boeing, and CME Group before the open. Meta and IBM after the close. Thursday, MasterCard, Merck, Comcast, UPS all due out before the open. After the close, Amazon, Intel, and Ford Motor Companies. And Friday, we've got some of our petroleum companies, ExxonMobil, Phillips 66, and also AbbVie all due out before the open. So busy week as far as earnings concerned. There's a long list of them this week. We're getting really into the teeth of the earnings season. So that of course, we'll be keeping track of and keeping an eye on with you throughout the week. And that's about it for the earnings and economic numbers this week.
Okay. You're mentioning Friday, we got some fuel talk, so we'll keep an eye on that. But speaking of fuel, oil prices slipping today as investors continue to focus on the situation in the Middle East. Brent crude fell about 40.44%, and The West Texas WTI fell about 0.62%. And we'll keep an eye on that. And just to let you know, folks, snow. I said snow? Snow. Snow's coming, yes. So millions of people from the Rockies all the way up to the plains could see up to a foot or more of snow. So while you got some time, go grab your supplies, get some supplies in the house in case you're snowed in. And John, did you hear about Mickey Mantle? You know who Mickey Mantle is, right? A little before our time.
Yes.
Little before our time.
Yes.
Somebody has purchased his house. And what they're doing is they're selling shares of his house for $7. So there's 47,000 shares to be sold for $7 to say that, yes, you are part owner of Mickey Mantle's childhood home.
Interesting
Make
idea.
a buck. Make a buck. Well, that's what they do with like uniforms and stuff. Or if you ever see these baseball cards, they cut little pieces of the uniform out. When you get this card, you're like, yeah, he actually wore this piece. But anyway, let's put it in gear. Put it in gear and get going here. S&Ps. Let's run to the S&Ps, and it is Monday, so we are going to take a look at the weekly, right, or the monthly, or the yearly. The weekly.
We've been starting with the weekly lately. The monthlies are pretty far out, but as always, we're focusing on just seeking accurate context in these markets. Always remembering risk management and remaining patient. Remaining patient is, of course, a challenge for all traders. And, just remember, these are things that we're thinking, things that we're looking at. So we'll get into it here. Let's take a look at the S&P. So on the weekly chart, we're seeing potential acceptance of what happened here? I keep hitting buttons and it keeps messing things up. So we are at risk this morning of moving from this area of balance through this space into this area of balance down here. Now, I've had this trend line on this chart since I started looking at the December contract. We've got a point of contact. We've got a point of contact. We've got another point of contact. Last night, pretty much right to it. We'll see that in the shorter time frame charts here. So what I'm looking at is if we're going to accept below the weekly kickoff low, 42.40, which is the same weekly kickoff low as last week. So we basically just kind of traded the range last week. Weekly kickoff high was, I think, 44.19. We traded to the high of it, then we traded to the low of it. Now we're at risk of kind of putting a new leg together to the downside. If we accept below weekly kickoff low, I think we could see this market come all the way down to these lows. That's down to almost 3,900. 3,900. Wow. And this is, of course, technically speaking, and, of course, anything can happen. There's a lot of uncertainty out there, and with rates where they are, it's keeping some downward pressure on these S&Ps. What about the volume on Friday? We went from high to low, good volume. We added 43,000 in open interest. So that move to the downside, while it was pretty much range bound, was indicating we've got some new sellers coming into this market as of the close on Friday. So take a look at the daily now. Here's the daily chart. Here's that area of balance that we're kind of risking getting into. I think that this area of balance actually extends all the way down to these lows here again, right around 3,900, 3,920. If we accept down below the weekly kickoff low and this trend line, that's the trend line we were just looking at on the weekly. It is a point of contact on the daily as well. So I'm going to be looking for meaningful participation below 42.40, the weekly kickoff low, and then a breakout below this trend line. Then I think it's game on to the downside. Of course, anything can happen. ACH, we say that a lot here because it's true. Nobody knows what's going to happen. So we're just looking for opportunities to limit risk with good probability asymmetric opportunities, right? So the failure, again, at last week's low, weekly kickoff low, finding some meaningful participation creates a new leg to the downside. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here, Eddie. All right.
Sounds good.
All right. So, here's Friday. Where was our high here? Okay. We kind of rejected the range from the previous day. We continued lower. We ended up right up on our patoot at the end of the day here. Weekly kickoff low 42.40. So we spanned the entire weekly kickoff range yesterday. And now if we again find meaningful participation below here, we think that we've seen some new selling coming into this market. Volume has been pretty good. Open interest increased on Friday as well as Thursday. The auction to the downside and short time frame is presenting as relatively healthy. We got to stay below this level here. There's that trend line that's coming in. It's going to get a little bit higher here on the 30-minute chart, showing that we may be actually below it on this chart. Make sure that that's in the right spot. But in the profiles, important feature at the end of the day on Friday, we put in a late spike in the S&Ps. In other words, the market broke, it ranged, it extended the range late in the session on Friday and closed down there. The base of this late spike is 42.53.50. It's where the market kind of broke out of the range at the end of the day and then closed on its lows. That late spike is there's a general rule written around that late spike. If we open below a late spike on the next session, the next regular trading hour session, it's acceptance of lower pricing. So so with the late spike on Friday opening below weekly kickoff low, be opening below last week's low, it's kind of saying to me that, well, looking like we're going to be looking for opportunities to sell strength. And why wouldn't we? You look at the way the market's been moving. It's been putting in lower highs, lower lows. So weekly kickoff, last week's low, and the base of the late spike would be kind of prime opportunities for us to look for an opportunity to sell strength, if that is one of your hypotheses, right? Everything we're doing is based on hypothesis because, again, we don't know what's going to happen. Lacey's here. She says, good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Lacey.
And let's take a look at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ and the S&Ps are, of course, extremely related products, but they're telling a different story. Here's the weekly in the NASDAQ. Okay. So we range bound here basically over the last month. Are we at risk of continuing a move to the downside? Yes. This is the space in the S&Ps that we're already through. Okay. The area of balance I'm looking at is down here in the NASDAQ. So if we accept below weekly kickoff low, I think there's plenty of space for this market to continue to try and push lower to come back into this previous area of balance. Let's just call it from here to here for now. Here to here for now. So that move to get through that space, I mean, that takes us 14, at least 100 handles. At least 100 handles. So what are we looking for? We're looking for meaningful participation below the weekly kickoff low and below last week's low. Here's the daily chart. Last week's low, 14,645. Last week's weekly kickoff levels remain the same. They were never accepted outside of. We looked higher here, almost got to weekly kickoff high. We traded down to weekly kickoff low. The rotation from low to high has been playing relatively nicely. So while we're still looking for, direction in this market, if we can't accept below weekly kickoff low, that brings us to another rotation back to the upside. We've got a lot of tech earnings this week, which if the tech earnings are going to save the day for the NASDAQ, well, then that's what's going to happen. So we're right on weekly kickoff low on the daily chart. We'll take a look at the 30-minute chart. Overnight inventory. Do we have any? Yeah, maybe a little. We're going to open with a gap. It looks pretty much like a pretty good probability we'll be opening with a gap. It looks like we'll be opening with a gap in the S&Ps as well. So gap rules also apply. However, there was no late spike here in the NASDAQ. The market did push lower. It closed on its butt, but it did not really produce a late spike. It kind of closed back in the area of balance from Friday. So basing my opportunities off the gap and settlement weekly, last week's low, weekly kickoff low, settlement. This whole area here looks primed for some sort of an execution. Again, we're looking for meaningful participation below weekly kickoff low for continuation to the downside. Rejection could bring us back into range, back into value, back to value high in the NASDAQ. So they're very similar products, but they do present a different picture. We did add open interest on Friday, 6,600. Volume was pretty good. So the auction, obviously, visually, is to the downside. Lower highs, lower lows. Where does that break? I think if we take out Friday's value area high, 14,781 approximately, then things might be changing a little bit for the NASDAQ, and we could see some possible rejection below weekly kickoff low. All right. Let's take a look at crude oil now. We always start Mondays on the weekly charts, getting a good overall view of the market.
Hey, Johnny, real quick here, before we go to crude here, Dan was asking, do you think that late spike on Friday and the option expiry had any special meaning, or does it matter at all? Just a quick answer here.
Whenever there's a late spike, Dan, I'm paying attention to it. Now, it was a late spike in the S&P, but not the NASDAQ. If I'm going to be trading the S&Ps, I'm going to treat that like a late spike. And whether it was option expiry or not, I'm sure it had something to do with it, but it's how the market opens today in relation to that late spike that I'll be focusing on. Good question. Thanks, Eddie. It's good to have you back here, buddy.
Good to be back, and thank you very much for all the love I'm seeing here. Yeah. All right. All right. Back crude.
To crude.
Yes, crude.
The weekly long time frame balance has been created. This market is so seeking new information, and there's plenty of it out there to be seeking. Unfortunately, they're still unknown, and there's a lot of unknowns in this market. We're pretty centrally located in weekly kickoff high, weekly kickoff low in the area of balance that we're currently in. I think it's going to complicate things for us a little bit this week. Take a look at the daily. So this 2-week, maybe 3-week move to the upside has really kind of been struggling, somewhat organized though. We got an up day, we pull back, up day, we pull back. Couple up days, we pull back. It's still trending to the upside. It's just not, I don't think, doing all that well. Friday, we added 4,300 in open interest while losing 12,000 in the November contract. That November contract is expiring. So that kind of leads me to believe that this pullback off the high on Friday, it attracted some shorts. It attracted some sellers. Weekly kickoff low 85, weekly kickoff high 91.40, and we're right in the middle of it. So be patient today. That's kind of my thought. Where are we opening in relation to Friday's activity? When we look at this, it still looks like we're moving higher, but in the bigger picture, we're really in the center of a longer time frame range. So is it organized? We've got a couple of naked points of control that remain unchecked. We've got a gap here, another naked point of control. So it hasn't necessarily been that organized. I think there's some weak structure down below here, which could be interesting, and it will be important if price approaches them. We've opened in range. We've rejected range from yesterday. So the market does seem to be kind of rejecting value from yesterday. Overnight inventory. Did we have much? Maybe a little bit, but we were opening, a little bit below where the market opened last night. I don't think we're looking at a large amount of overnight inventory. So if the market and traders are focused on the weak structure that's been left below, then price will go there. And I think it's going to be relatively random until some sort of news changes, something changes, and hopefully that'll take prices lower. I don't think anybody's looking forward to paying more for gasoline, so we'll hope that moves to the downside. As far as the profile, it was a normal variation day that really kind of trended to the downside. Its extreme is the point of control is really high in the range from Friday. So there was a lot of volume up here, and things changed throughout the day that drove price lower. We do have an excess low, however, in the profile from Friday. Well, we opened in that excess low, and it's not really a late spike because the market closed back in range, but it opened in this rejection, and it seems to be now rejecting higher pricing. Look for opportunities to look for shorts. I'm not a crude trader, just looking at this through the lens of the profile in the 30-minute chart here. We are going to have Deanna, who is a crude trader, with us today, so right. We'll hopefully get some good insights there. Take a look at Eddie's
gold, baby.
Eddie's gold.
All right, making a nice little run here, little recovery.
Rejection, excess on this. The market for 2 straight weeks has been going from low to high, and it's been performing relatively well. Volume has been, it increased, last week. So volume is increasing. We've seen some increases in open interest, adding another 5,100 on Friday. So the auction to the upside, while we're in a range-bound area, this particular auction is performing pretty well, I would think. Here's the daily. All right, so here's our excess low, rejection. Continuation move last week. Last week, I think we did a pretty good job on the upside move that we had last week. We're going to put weekly kickoff high at 2010. That's not only based on last week's high, which was $2,009.20. There was more information back here with this swing high. There was a point of control up there. So there was a good reason to look at this as a difficult area for the market to get to, and it showed that on Friday. The market traded up to it and then fell off pretty good. So we're seeing some excess on the high here. If we're too long, we may need a pullback before we can continue this move to the upside. Dollar has been holding up relatively well. I mean, it's still up over 106, but we've seen gold continue to the upside with some world and uncertainties. Of course, that's going to cause people to go to that store of value. Historically, the best store of value is that gold. So take a look now at the 30-minute chart.
All right, got about 2 minutes here.
All right, you got it. That's all we need. All right. So this profile in this 30-minute chart looks less excess than there actually is. If you start the market at 720, which is really the regular trading hour open, there's a lot more excess up here. The market rallied, turned around, closed relatively centrally located. The profile's kind of a toothy but normal variation trading day with excess on both sides. Overnight inventory, no real overnight inventory. We've opened in range. We're testing inside of balance. Try and stay patient in gold today. Just the way it opened, it's really not kind of exhibiting any major changes in the perception of value of an ounce of gold. And look for opportunities as the day goes on. We do talk about that, kind of quite a bit. Is when the market's in balance, you're probably better off waiting until after an initial balance or an early range is established and focusing on those extremes for your opportunities. Got a couple of really nice emails from folks over the weekend.
Nice.
that enjoyed the Wednesday market profile session. We're going to answer more questions about that in group coaching today. Let's take our deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, and creative in your trading today. Make sure you're centered, and let's have a good trading day. Looking forward to it.
And as you say, Johnny, pray for peace.
Yes, and 100%, please pray for peace.
Pray for peace. All right, we're going to be right back here. Take a few, and Dan is going to be with us. And get ready, folks. Let's get this week fired up. All right. All right, we're back, and look who we brought with us. We got Deanna from across the pond. Hello, Deanna. How are you today?
Hi, Eddie. I'm very well. How are you doing? Good to see you back.
I'm glad to be back, and with our good friend John Hoagland. They call us the dynamic duo, and I guess you could be, if we're the dynamic duo, you could be like Batgirl. Maybe Batgirl, like Batman, Robin, and Batgirl here today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite superhero? Let me ask you.
My favorite superhero, probably Spider-Man.
Okay. Is there a Spider Woman? We could call her Spider Woman.
I'm not sure. I know there's a Catwoman, but that's that's not really my thing, as you know.
Well, maybe it's Black Widow, considering the spider. Maybe Black Widow.
Yeah, maybe
something. But
isn't she a bit mean?
Is she mean? I don't know.
Black Widow.
I don't know. I don't really have like favorite superheroes. I'm not a Marvel or whatever guy.
Oh, I love Marvel.
Yeah, I love Marvel too. Time we gotta get you watching these. Okay. Anyway, we got Deanna here today.
Anyways, let's talk markets. Yeah.
Let's talk markets here.
Okay.
Let's get our horses, ponies ready to go.
Yeah.
Okay, we got about a minute here, and we'll get ourselves situated.
All right. John, do you want to do the ES first, because we have the open, and then I can jump in with crude later on?
Yeah, unless there's something that's like nagging at you in crude right now.
Not right now, but I am looking at an area from 88.15 all the way to 88.45 for shorts. So there's a chance that we test that. So that's my primary area of interest for today. Just
short of value low from Friday.
Yeah.
Got it. Overnight lows in that area too. So
yep.
It looks tasty.
It does. I know. Yeah. If we can get a failed auction from there, it would be like, awesome.
Yeah. Right. All right. We'll keep an eye out for that. Now we'll go back in the S&Ps here. Just opening now. Excuse me. My goodness. I am a little under the weather today for some reason.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's all right. It happens.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, the opening range, three points so far. Now 6 points now. Seeing some negative delta against direction. Negative delta against direction.
And can you explain to the viewers what exactly that means, and also remind me?
Yes. So this number right here, negative 1,700, that's 1,700 more contracts that have traded on the bid. In other words, using sell market orders that have lifted the offer, which are buy market orders.
We are open.
So we're looking at some potential buyers just placing bids and soaking up whatever the short time frame traders will sell them. But it is the opening range. I mean, this is a really early time, I think, to be thinking about any kind of divergence here. But it is the beginning of a potential delta divergence.
One thing that I can see here is that we're opening ES just on my fixed daily range level. Okay. Whenever that tends to happen and we're outside of value, there is a higher probability that the market goes straight to value first. For some reason, some of the other levels, I really dislike trading during the initial balance. But when this happens, if I do get an opportunity, I would take a trade back to value. So that's just one piece of data that I found through my research.
Okay. No,
and that level is 42.30. 42.30.75, yeah.
Okay. 42.30. Okay, that's in the opening range. We've broken both the S&P and the NASDAQ to the downside from the opening range. Friday's profile in the S&Ps, Deanna, I know you're probably looking at this too. I mean, we had a late spike. And opening below a late spike is initial indication of acceptance of lower pricing.
Yep. That's true. The only question is whether we're a little bit too low to continue immediately, or whether they need to go into a little bit of a rally before they sell.
I'm with you on that. I am totally with you on that. That's why I'm not barreling into this opening range trade here. That and the fact that it's 6 points, so that's 8 points of risk. I would much rather see a pullback, even to the base of the late spike, which, by the way, to be precise, is 40 to 53.50.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's some supply there, actually. Hold on, let me just go up to a slightly higher time frame here.
Hey, John, is there a min or max range for you to take the opening range trade?
It really depends on the context or the situation. I'm not probably going to be taking a opening range trade that's 10 points of risk per contract.
Okay.
It's $500. Although, that said, I've done it a million times.
Never say never.
Right. And everything is, in futures, all these levels, like the base of the late spike, it's not finite. It's not exact. Everything is a zone that we're looking at for opportunities. Okay, we got almost 6,000 in negative delta here in the first 4 minutes of the session here. We've got some aggressive sellers here.
Yeah, they're coming into some buy limit orders as well on the dome. So now the question is whether those buy orders are still there or not. For now, they're actually starting to disappear.
They're going away.
But what I've noticed recently, this has been happening since COVID, like they assault a whole bunch of areas of demand, if you want to call it demand, because all of these levels that we talk about, they're all areas of supply and demand, buyers and sellers coming into the market. And I've noticed that sometimes the orders get filled and then they still go through. Just, slight rally, and then they kind of smash through it. So again, it's all down to the dynamics of how the market participants are behaving. Nothing is set in stone. Obviously, I prefer to use some tried and tested levels before I get involved. So I will only look at the ladder if I'm around my area of interest. I will never just kind of go in just because there's something that I spotted on the ladder. Even though at this point, I could do that. I just don't like being a scalper. I think it's a lot of work and not enough money for me. So I avoid trade.
I totally agree. I mean, if I'm going to be looking at order flow, it's going to be looking at order flow at specific levels that I found important. If I sit and stare at the dome, I can make myself crazy.
I think anyone can. I don't know why people start from ladder and micro order flow. I think my eyes would bleed at some point.
I like the dome. I
like the dome for certain things. I like looking at it. Yeah, but not to necessarily take levels just from the dome.
No, I mean, it's a good indication who's winning the tug of war. When you
correct.
If you're leaning either way,
I find that I'm looking at it when I need some information in order flow at a specific level. Like anytime I take a breakout trade, my focus is then on the dome. Let's say you extend the range and you're thinking maybe it's an initial balance extension, and you think, wow, this market could really go. So you're probably going to see a bunch of stops. It's going to look like there's a lot of activity, but I find that if the dome basically just kind of dies after that initial run of stops, it's less likely that this move is going to continue. So
it just goes it goes right back where it started, and you're like,
it's like nobody cares, oh, wait, well, here we are.
Yeah.
Nothing's going on. So that's why I like to use those time stops for those types of situations.
I actually learned how to use time stops from you. I took it a bit further because obviously I've been observing the market for quite a period now. I think coming up to 16 years now is a long enough time to do things like that. And there are certain areas of the times of the day, specific times of the day, when I expect certain events to happen. There's a higher probability that a particular product is going to reverse for a particular time of day. So I like to lean on those as well. Now for crude oil, that's usually in that hour after the initial balance. It loves to reverse. Whatever has happened up until then, you go through the initial balance and you're thinking, yeah, this is going to be a great sustained auction, one direction,
Right.
awesome, easy. And then it turns around. And that, in crude oil, that actually happens about 77% of all of the observable days,
Wow.
which is quite a, it's it's quite a high probability for a particular event. So I'm always a little bit cautious taking a directional trade in crude oil for that first part after the initial balance is over. So we'll see what happens today. I'm also not particularly happy if I see a very large initial balance. So to me, that is usually a sign of responsive activity, because I've never really seen that many days that started out by smashing through the entire average range in the initial balance and then just continues infinitely wherever, unless we have semi-apocalypse on our hands. So
Sure.
A different thing. Well,
Sure.
we had one. We lived through the COVID outbreak, didn't we? That was like semi-apocalypse.
Oh, the zombies too. My God.
I know. Yeah, they were all out walking their dogs
Walking their dogs.
because everyone was walking their dogs.
ES right now 60-40.
The tilt.
The tilt.
The tilt.
And what's crude? NASDAQ here. NASDAQ short. It's about 50-50 in the NASDAQ.
Right.
Should we have a look at NASDAQ?
Should we're about short 61, it's almost 62% in the S&Ps. Here's the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
So,
John,
go ahead.
we've got some questions here regarding volume profile. Those settings that you're using, are those sort of default, or have you sort of adjusted those? James wants to know.
Yeah, these are I think they're kind of adjusted for regular trading hour session only.
Okay.
As much as we can. Our good friend Robert coded these for me. I'm not sure that they're available in this form on the indicator as they are.
Okay. And there's a question here from Sarub, I believe. John, please tell us, session volume profile, is it better or auto anchored?
Volume profile volume profile is basically just piling up the number of contracts that trade at each individual price. Now you can see it here, but I think you get a better view of it here. So, here's Friday's finished profile. It was not a lot of volume up here, but the more time we spent down here, obviously you're going to stack up more volume. Now, for the session today, when the market is directional, and this today has started off as a directional move to the downside, I'll use the low volume areas for entries. Well, close to them anyway. If the market's going to pull back, I don't want it to go through this low volume area. Okay. I want that to be kind of used as resistance. And, I openly admit the idea and the fact that I'm a really bad directional trader. If there is a trend, I have a hard time getting into it. One of the ways that I've found success is looking for opportunities against low volume nodes. So, this would be one of those situations where there's a low volume node here. If I can get short right here, well, my risk is only up to here. It's just the other side of the high volume node above it. So, I mean, this is a pretty directional move. I mean, this market left the opening range at the dead ass high. We're seeing very aggressive, shorter time frame traders barreling into the shorts into this. Now, if this is multiple time frames acting in concert, this is going to be a really big downside day.
Okay. All right, cool.
We're not really getting much pullback, and we're still piling in the negative delta. But as far as the volume profile, is it anchored? Well, yes. I'm looking at the regular trading hour volume profile only, not the overnight.
John, one more question here. BMC asking, John, when you say delta, do you mean cumulative delta indicator? What do you mean when you say delta?
Okay, so if you're trading on a platform like Tradeovate, you can, I guess, anchor the cumulative profile to a specific time of day. So I don't have the here. I'll bring it up here, and we'll take a look at this. But on Tradeovate, you can kind of base when the profile or when the delta begins. If you set it to begin at the beginning of each session, you'll get relatively accurate delta. Here, I'm going to bring this up. It may take a few minutes, but getting here. Okay, we just took out the low of the overnight in the NASDAQ. If we can't maintain price below it, now we may get our pullback that I've been salivating for, but has not happened yet.
Wipe your chin. Wipe your chin.
I know, right?
I might want to try a little long in crude oil here. So 87.07.
Overnight low.
Yep.
Okay.
Just one contract, nothing crazy. Again, Monday. I did trade the London session, but I'm just kind of testing the waters here.
Okay, so let's see if this is going to present as correct. And it is. So this is the Tiki cumulative delta line on Tradeovate. Tiki cumulative delta line. I can then connect it to the set. You got to go session and then start a half an hour before the regular trading hour. I don't know why before the regular trading hour. So in Central Time, it's 8 a.m. where I'm starting the Tiki cumulative delta line. So now I'm going to hold it. See, now it's not presenting as correct. So what I have to do is hit F5, and that'll kind of restart it, and hopefully it'll show us right around negative 10,000 cumulative delta, which it is not. So for some reason now it's not presenting as accurate. It's the one thing about it is you have to be able to trust it in your platform here. Let's see if I can restart this again and see if we can't get it to present as correct. No, it is
Deanna,
not.
do you have a position on again? I'm sorry. Yes,
yeah, crude oil long 87.07. And because this is still an initial balance, I'm only aiming for 87.40, 87.42.
Okay.
If I can get about 30 ticks out of it, it's just like to start with, give a little bit of a buffer for the day. And then I'm going to wait for my big level. So this is just more of like an opportunistic trade based on what's happening now. And I'm still working with my strategy that we should test that value low, maybe test settlement as well at some point. But I'm just going to try and get a little position on the way to there. If it doesn't really happen pretty quickly, I'm going to be out of this very soon.
So very little risk on that then.
Well, I mean, I always take the same amount of risk in ticks, but I do vary the positions depending on how much I've made, whether it's Monday, Friday, it really depends how much profit buffer I already have. And since it's Monday, we're coming into the end of the month as well. I need to preserve my profits mainly, so I'm not going to plow in with 3 and 4 contracts.
Right.
So we're starting with 1. We're starting with about 1 to 1R. So 1R multiples target.
Right. Okay.
But even if I get 0.5R or something and this doesn't really run, I'll be happy with that. It's just like to test the waters, see how the market behaves against my position. You're a lot more aware of the movement when you are in a position. It's not something that I would advise people doing unless they've been already consistently trading well for a long time. But I find that it helps me figure out whether my strategy is on the right track or whether I'm completely off the mark. Because if you get into a trade and the market just moves swiftly against you right away, you're wrong. At least for that part of the day, you're wrong. Just kill it, So we'll see. Just a little bit of a test trade here.
Hey, John, is your pullback happening? Tilted Kitty said, Hogue, your pullback.
Yeah, it does appear to be. Here's the S&Ps. Okay, so let's take a look here. So, okay, this would be kind of our next low volume node to trade against. This one, this one didn't hold. This is half back. It's the point of control right now. But since we're only 1 TPO wide, it's half back as the point of control. See, man, this trade, our good friend Ben reminded us of it, and Make Hogue Money is, the market opens, you take out the low of the overnight, and if it doesn't hold, it's a pretty good opportunity in the other direction. And it lets you limit risk. So here is what it kind of looks like in profile that includes the overnight session. So here's our overnight. Market opens, looks below the overnight, comes back in, and we got a nice upside move here. So we've still got a lot of this inventory. This delta still negative 7,500. Now we're up against the highs again. This is a demand area. I mean, it's basically saying all those aggressive sellers didn't get what they were looking for. There's one reason I have not shorted it.
Yep, no follow through, yeah.
So we will remain patient and see what happens. How are you doing on yours?
Well, it's a few ticks in profit, so 9 ticks in profit now, 10.
Didn't really do what you were looking for, huh?
Yeah, it's doing what's it's doing it. It's doing it. So
Cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
It's getting there. Here we go. Yep.
Very nice.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, we're looking at crude here.
There we go.
25% short, 75% long.
All right, so I took about 25 ticks out of that. Like I said, sorry, I just want to give an update. So yeah, again, not the biggest trade. It's still the initial balance for another 10 minutes. So just a little buffer trade to start the day. And we're going to see what happens from now on. I've got a little bit of room to maneuver and, wait for my real big trade to come in. So I'm pretty happy with that.
Good. Nice trade.
Thank you. It's as close as you're going to see me get to scalping.
I feel you. As long as you're putting in profits, I mean, score it up.
Exactly. Ka-ching.
All right. Let's go back and take a look at the S&Ps again now.
Kenya was following that trade also, 775 for Kenya. Good job.
Nice.
Whatever we can do.
Yep.
John, Mo has joined us here today, John.
I saw.
Yeah.
Vulgar 99 is here.
And Fred is here. I mean, these are OGs, folks, that have been with us for like 13 years. Really appreciate stopping back here. Mo is MMA, mixed martial art fighter. And Fred, Detective Fred Decker. It's a question for Hogue coming from Fred. Does the quick, panicky tempo of the lows suggest weak hand shorts covering the short trades at an obvious level?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Fred.
That's a good question.
And we can kind of lean on that because Delta was so strong to the short side, and that was just a lot of short time frame sellers just barreling into this thing. What do we have as far as the tilt is concerned here? We're short 62% in the S&Ps, long 38%. So we've still got a lot, we still got more shorts in the market here in the S&Ps via the tilt. Now, Eddie, what's the tilt again?
Well, the tilt is what we've got our traders' positions on. As you say, you're talking about like a 60-40. 60% of our traders are long, 40% of our traders are short. So it gives you an idea which way people are seeing the market, which way they're leaning. Not to say you got to join them. I mean, obviously, but the majorities.
Mm-hmm. So anytime we see like traders, or anytime we see the tilt like 80% long, and we're up against a kind of a resistance area that we've already kind of established, those can be some pretty good opportunities. It's based off of something that they used to do on the grain floor called the bullish consensus. They asked anybody interested in grains if they were bullish grains. And anytime it was 80% yes that the traders were bullish, the high was close. Anytime it was 20% bullish, the low was close. So you get everybody in one direction, and the market has to pull back. It has to come off. So I think that's what we did in the S&Ps today. But just by looking at the delta, and the tilt has been short all day. As long as it's presenting as correct, it hasn't changed much. Maybe we need to get that looked at, make sure it's actually operating.
Yeah, we got to. I'm checking right now to make sure that we're on that.
Yeah, we got 74% longs in crude oil.
Do we have any releases today? Didn't really look at the calendar.
Not really much. No.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet. Mm-hmm.
The Chicago Fed National Activity Index came out at 7:30. So, what that's good for, who knows?
Yeah, some of these releases are just really a whole bunch of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
3-month bill auction, 6-month bill auction. There's nothing here.
So we've taken out the high of the opening range in the S&Ps, not so in the NASDAQ, not yet.
We'll see if that hypo of mine that we should test value when the market opens around the fixed daily range will happen today as well, or whether this is going to belong to the other percentage of days when this doesn't happen. Because it's not the strongest. Usually it happens about 58 to 60%, depending on what product you're looking at. So it's not like, oh yeah, it's 80%, let's go in. But it's significant enough that I took note of that. Because like I said, I'm not a huge fan of trading during the initial balance, but this would be one of the times when I'm like, okay, let's try this, purely because of the data. So I'm still not a fan of trading for this time of day, because everything is so dynamic. So you have a lot of volume during the first hour of trading, and for many days it's just too random. But one thing that we were able to find as a strategy is the fixed daily range open and then runs to the value edge. So if you can make that work, cool.
Not that easy, is it? Yeah.
It's not, especially not if you're trading something on NASDAQ, because NASDAQ is just insane.
Yeah.
ES is more manageable, I think, yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to get this. Somehow I moved weekly kickoff here. 42.40 is where it should be. Somehow I moved it.
Yeah, that's why I like to use a separate charting platform. And then I have my execution either in Ninja or in Trader8, wherever I have accounts and stuff. But yeah, for the charting, I have an entirely separate thing with all my indicators and everything. So even if I move something, it's not going to be a fat finger trade.
Oh, come on now.
What are you looking at, John? Are you still looking at shorts here, or has anything changed?
Oh, man. Why we missed that long, huh? Hang on a second here. I'm still trying to figure this out here. Hang on. 42.40. Okay. There we go. Okay. Last week's low. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, this is the pullback we were looking for, right?
So you've got it now. You've got it now. So what's your orientation point here?
Well, what I really like to do, Deanna, is let the initial balance play out.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If the initial balance plays anywhere near the base of the late spike, that's going to be my entry. Anything that I can limit risk against that.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
So we're down to minus 1,000 delta. So all of those sellers that were barreling into this thing keep, bringing that delta increasingly negative have pretty much bailed out now.
Mm.
Hey, John, who's the leader lagger here? S&P, NASDAQ. I mean, if you put these charts over each other this morning, you superimposed them, it's going to look the same here. And I'm just wondering if you caught who the leader or who the lagger was.
I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, they both did the same thing. Opening range, the S&Ps took out the high of the opening range. I would say that's probably going to be the leader, but they both traded below the overnight low, rejected. The delta is what I was really focusing on in the S&P, is because it was really negative, and then we saw all of those kind of get out of those positions. They're both at weekly kickoff level now. They're both testing last week's low. There is no true spike in the NASDAQ where the S&Ps, there is a true spike. So if I'm trading the S&Ps, I want to focus on that spike. So here it is. Here's the high. The high of the late spike, or the base, is 42.53.50. 42.53.50 right here. Now, does it seem to have stalled here?
There's a whole bunch of orders on ES from like 42.43 all the way up to 42.45.
Liquidity. So we probably are going to go take that shit out.
My orientation point for ES is much higher, so I have a supply area at 42.57. So I don't really have anything here.
Okay.
Where's your settlement? Because I have settlement coming up. Is that
42.40, 40.5.
Yeah. So it is. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But again, that's kind of in the middle of nowhere. So I'm not that happy when I see settlement. It doesn't really line up with anything else.
All that delta is now even.
We got time here for our hot streak, our early morning hot streak.
If there was one thing that delta had me not to this morning, was to try and short it.
Here we go, hot streak.
There we go.
You were right. You were right.
24 days. 24 days, my goodness. They are putting the numbers up here. 24 days with 5,588. Massimiliano, 23 days, knocking on the door.
Nice one.
8,087. Jonathan L., I think that's a new one down here. 20 days, 1,055. George Z, 14 days, 2,379. And Jorge, 13 days, 2,606. Wow. Steve Y. been walking up that ladder. I remember we saw Steve in the 5th place, but continuing with some very nice profits. So those are our XFA hot streak
It's impressive, man. For 24, I don't know. I don't remember any time in my recent history where I had 24 winning straight days.
No. I mean, I've seen a few trade reports, but not with 24. Not with 24. So good stuff.
I think I had 19 this month.
Wow.
Or, yeah,
I mean, it's
19. But, yeah, I mean, it's not bad, but I have been trading DAX for the London session, and DAX behaves itself like really well. So yeah, and I find that it's really much slower, and you have ample time to make your decisions and stuff. Whereas obviously New York hours and CME is quite nuts. So if you're gonna miss the entry, blink and you'll miss it, and you're like, now what?
Yeah, PGM. It is the Express funded account. So check it out on our website, topstep.com, and just ask the question to Wendy. And I do see we've got over 2,000 people watching us right now.
Awesome.
Market stalkers. But we've only got
yes, exactly.
we've only got 500 likes. I'm wondering
yeah, what's up with that, guys? Come on. Smash the like button. Come on.
Smash that like button if you haven't today already. Let's get that number up. A lot of people watching, and hopefully a lot of people liking what's going on.
So show it. Show the love.
There you
Don't forget to subscribe as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to get this channel up to 50K.
Yep.
50K, my goodness. Well, I tell you, we put up a little over 300 likes. I really appreciate that. There is the love, Deanna. There is
love. There is love. There is hope for this world yet. Awesome.
And as John calls it, the lucky like button.
Lucky like.
Yeah.
Lucky
like that.
You want luck? We want like. Hit that button.
We want luck and like. Yeah.
Yes.
But less luck, more skill.
Andre says subscribe too. Andre, our good friend's going to be on with us a little later on. Also, we've got coming up today, Power Players. I'm going to interview Mighty Ox. He's going to be with us here, and we'll talk about.
So JJ.
It's Mighty Ox, okay. And then John, you've got a coaching session today, right?
Paul Bunyan. It's the Blue Ox.
Blue Ox.
Yes, I do have coaching noon today. Yep, looking forward to it. There were so many nice comments on that YouTube, because we kind of cut it out, and made it its own thing, and a lot of folks really appreciated that, and that just makes me happy. We're here to help, and anytime something goes that well, it just makes me happy. And there was a email I got today. Somebody who watched it and who has been reading Mind Over Markets, it's changed everything that he looks at. He says he can't thank me enough.
Yeah.
He's in third place on the leaderboard on the CME Group Futures Challenge.
Nice. Good job.
Excellent.
Very nice, right?
Yeah.
Very, very nice. Yeah. Well, again, it's one of the reasons why I put together my course as well, because so many people were asking me, how'd you do that? How'd you get levels? How'd you get levels? And of course, a big part of that is because of you, John, because you are one of my mentors. So yeah, if it wasn't for Market Profile, which is the big cornerstone of what I do, even though it's obviously not the only one, yeah, I mean, I don't know where I would be today. It would be a very different story.
We got to get your link in our YouTube. If James, if you're there, you got Deanna's link. Share that in our YouTube channel. Check it out.
Yep.
Stalkers.
Very transformative, because I'm basically teaching people the journey that I went through, everything from the institutional supply and demand on larger time frames. That's like level 1. Then level 2 is all Market Profile, types of setups that are very obvious through Market Profile. And then you have module 3, which teaches more about average ranges, how to use those either as a volatility indicator or as a reversal level, because you can use it as sort of like a two-sided thing. So yeah, check it out, guys. It might be pretty helpful as well. And then you've got Topstep, and you've got the best man in the world to explain volume and market profile to you, John Hoagland.
Well, I don't know about that. It's very nice thing to say, but there's just you have to be constantly learning. I've been looking at profile for 30 years. I still learn something every day.
Yeah, same. I mean, I don't use much of the volume profile, but I've been listening to you talk, John, and I've got to admit I've got volume profile because one of our indicators, Blatter MP, it actually has volume profile, but I never use it. And today I was talking to our CTO, and I'm like, how do you switch on the volume profile? And he was like, since when do you use volume profile? And I was like, John Hoagland.
Hey, John, Floppy wants to know what the topic for group coaching is today.
I've got a couple of emailed in questions that we always address, but I just thought since Wednesday was so widely viewed and people enjoyed it so much, there's probably more questions, and I'll try and get all those answered. Like I always say, nobody knows everything. I certainly don't, but I think just a kind of an extension of the Q&A session from last Wednesday's session, I think would probably be a good idea.
All right. I've got I got group coaching. I'm going to post that link in our YouTube. If you've got a question and you're going to be at the group coaching today with the Hoagman, by all means, if you want your question answered first, send it through the email. Capiche?
Capiche.
Hey, I'm talking to you. There it is.
See, you get a lot of fans here. A lot of folks are commenting that they really enjoy your content. So,
oh, thank you. That's very very humbling. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay.
I do try to make it interesting in my YouTube channel as well. Every time I do a video that's a little bit more specialty than the YouTube algorithm probably wants. So anytime I'm talking about market profile, initial balance, point of control, I try to make it engaging. I get my dogs in. I do like a little bit of vlogging and stuff. So yeah, it's a serious topic, but it doesn't have to be boring. So,
right.
Yeah.
Hey,
Tradertainment.
Tradertainment, exactly. Yeah.
Tradertainment. Escapade's asking, Deanna, is there a course or is it mainly membership programs? I didn't see any courses on the site.
It is a course. So I call it the membership because we used to call it the bundles. So bundle bronze, silver, and gold. There's also silver plus, but mainly it is the course. So you have 3 levels that all teach a particular part of my methodology. And it's very extensive. So it's not like you're going to fly through it. I mean, some people try to fly through all of the 30 hours of content over the weekend. And if you do decide to join, please don't do that because it's not going to serve you.
Makes waste.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, I have a tattoo that says that in Serbian on my.
Really?
Well, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Tell them.
So my dad used to tell me all the time, and one day I realized, man, the old man is right. He's right.
So this thing here. This is in Serbian. Žurba stvara otpad, which means haste makes waste in Serbian.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what that says.
What a small world. Did my dad know that tattoo artist?
Maybe. Has he ever been to Fulham in London?
No. Hey, John, our friend Fred is asking, you said you wanted to wait for the initial balance to trade the S&P 500 today. Can you explain why?
Okay.
What's the slows?
Because I'm trying to give the market an opportunity to test the base of the late spike. So Deanna's got a level up here around 57, right?
57, yep, that's right.
57. So the base of the late spike is, to be precise, 53.50, 53.5.
Mm-hmm.
So, we didn't get the level down here. The one thing that the Delta told me today, Fred, was it's getting a lot of short time frame shorts stuck in the hole here. You probably don't want to join them. So if we didn't take an execution, we think we were looking at something. By the time we came back to the S&Ps, it had to look below the overnight low, was already back above it, and that expanded our risk. So we didn't take it. But at least we had the forethought to say what we don't want to do. Sometimes what you don't want to do is just as important as what you do. So so now, we're extending. We're still in the initial balance. We're getting closer to a level that I'm looking for an opportunity somewhere beyond the rainbow, somewhere between 53 and 60. I think that there's a good opportunity there, and then you got Deanna's level 57 right between them.
Yeah,
right between them. So you're going to see what happens when we, if we get the initial balance. The market hasn't really been giving much back. I mean, since it's come up here, it's just kind of holding up above weekly kickoff low, which, we're looking for the market to reject above weekly kickoff low for a bigger move to the downside, or, it could reaccept above weekly kickoff high for a move in the opposite direction, for a move to the upside.
So it's like either or. You have a line in the sand where you want to see a particular behavior. And it's not like, we're definitely selling here. No, it's just an area where we would like to be sellers. But if the market accepts past that area, then that gives you a new piece of information that you can't ignore. You can't still be a seller if the prices are getting accepted at higher prices. Yes.
And a lot of that, I'm sure, D, is value area. So here's value area low from Friday. 58.5. Volume value area low, 56.5, 57. D's area is right here. Here's the base of the late spike. So somewhere between the base of that late spike and value area. So what we're looking to do is to have the market come back up, test value, and reject.
Yeah.
If it accepts, you got to go the other direction.
Yeah. Although that would be a little bit risky because we do have the average range exhaustion areas that I like to use quite extensively. So I've got both the average daily high and the average session high. Now the difference between the two is that in the average session high, it's my concept. You only use the regular trading hours. So I actually have an indicator that only takes that and then plots the level and also tracks it, because both of those measures are dynamic depending on where your current days or current session low or high are. And then until one side hits it, there's still range left for the day. Now, if we do get past my level of 42.57 or even get into the value area, we do have those average ranges standing in the way at 42.67.25, and then average session high literally just above that at 42.68.5. So yeah, whether we get a full rotation through value because of that, I don't know. But a test of the Friday's point of control is on the cards, I think, at least as a test, even if we just test it and then come off of it. So yeah, full value acceptance it probably wouldn't be my best choice, because the market would already move quite a bit. And that's always something that you need to take care of and really be wary of. Do we have enough range in the day? Because usually on the normal day, when we don't have the market being directional and just shooting up or shooting down, by the time that the market exhausts that range, there's a very high chance of it going back the other way. So that would be like the core description of buying a top or selling a bottom. So I really don't want to do that.
No, I've done enough of that in my life.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we all have.
We got to get you to I know you say your charts are messy and you don't want to show them, but we got to get you to show them once more.
Yeah, they're not that messy. It's just I do drag a lot of lines and stuff and random squiggles. So I would probably have to start by explaining what I do and how, like I do tidy them up for my live streams, which I do on Thursdays. But yeah, when I'm just not supposed to be showing, my charts, there's a whole bunch of stuff there. I have my my hacked Fibonacci tool that I basically use to display the R multiples so that I don't have to use a calculator because I'm lazy. So you'll find like loads of random things there. But yeah, I mean, I can share the chart. Like I said, I do it quite frequently on my live streams anyway. I'm not opposed to that, but people do need to contend with my my lighter colored charts because I cannot see anything on dark charts. So my charts are either yellow or white. With like nice pretty candles like yours, but it has to be light colored. For some reason I don't really see levels and stuff very well. I don't know whether it's my eyes. I never had the best eyes. I actually had LASIK surgery many moons ago, and it kind of made it better, but I'm still not that great with colors. It's like I know that my husband sees colors that I don't see, but I'm not colorblind. I can definitely see all of them. It's just not to the certain depth that most people can. So yes, that's probably why.
I mean, that's why. I mean, when I was doing the market prep, we always used the white charts, but we asked people, do you prefer the white or the dark, and they preferred the dark. But
a lot of them prefer the dark, but I think I'm a bit too old for the dark charts. I would have to get my reading glasses. And plus, the colors just don't really work for me. It's not enough contrast, I think, so I get confused. I'm like, is that a level? They're like Granny D. They're like, is that a level? Where was it? I can't see it.
What's going on there?
I cannot see it.
Granny D. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I do have that running joke with my community, Granny D. Yeah, because I actually dye my hair. I'm pretty much the salt and pepper at this point. I just have a young face. The rest of it is just falling apart. So.
Duct tape works to keep it all together.
Yeah,
just duct tape.
I heard. Yeah, I did hear about that trick.
Duct tape.
Hey, John, Gabriel's asking, what level should I be looking for in the NASDAQ?
Oh,
I've been learning a lot with you guys. What am I looking at?
Well, that's good. That's
coming
something
on settlement here.
So yeah, NASDAQ just traded through settlement.
It's coming up to its value low.
Right. Yes. So hang on, let me get this one up here. So here's that profile. So it's frozen a little bit on me here. All right, there we go. So here's value low from Friday. It's trading to an area where we're already kind of looking for the S&Ps to get to. So, value low from Friday, 14,678. Looks like maybe something that might be interesting. We also have the value low is, we're right at it here in TPO, looking like we're in it in volume, but this platform kind of presents things a little bit different than I'm used to. You got kind of a supply zone here, close to point of control from yesterday, volume point of control, 14.
Which is overnight trading, is that right?
Yeah, which is this is our overnight, right. So, this was range bound until London opened and then Powell. They broke from there. So you attracted some sellers there before. They may still be there now.
Yeah, so whenever you see large sellers that came into the market prior to the session that we have now, there's a high chance that the same thing will happen again. That is the core idea of supply and demand concept. And it works on most timeframes, but with lower timeframes, you have to find something else there. It can't be just because there are some sellers there. And here, because I can see in NASDAQ, there is the value low, there is the point of control from Friday. So all of that could be a pretty decent area for another short. But also notice the behavior. So one of the, again, a pretty crucial concept in what I do is to look at how the London behaved and then on most days you're going to get an opposing move for the New York session. So it's I call it the Tom and Jerry chase for the young people here. That was a very old cartoon. I think it's from 1920s, but I grew up with that in the 80s. So the cat would chase the mouse, and then the mouse would turn around and chase him in some kind of a crazy development of situation. Yeah. Me too. And it's a very good way to describe this. So I kind of think of it as the session players chasing each other. So whatever the other guys did, whoever is coming next, they pretty much obliterate what the previous guys did and go back right where it came from. And that's why we have a lot of these V-shaped reversals that are pretty tricky for anyone coming into the market and always expecting that single direction trade. Mm-hmm. These are not the markets for that kind of trading, right? We have a lot of the intraday ups and downs. And these orientation points that we talk about here, they're actually a very good way to have a footnote level where you want to see such behavior happening. So if you know that the London sold, and then we went back up for New York, is it going to sell again? Like, that's a very high probability assumption to have if you also match the edge of the value area from Friday. So from the previous session, not from today. Today's value area, the developing value area, has its use, but not for a level. It's more for like price activity and how strong the move is. Do you agree with me, John? Or
100%. Yeah. Today's value area, today's point of control, they're all nuances to be able to judge how either buyers or sellers are outperforming the other. Mm-hmm. Awesome. All right. I'm going to get back on the S&Ps here. So right to settlement, testing to the low of the late spike. We're going to be patient. We're going to wait and see what happens here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, coming into today, I mean, it's one thing too. I mean, you got to really be patient. We really haven't put on too many trades because of the opportunity. I mean, we're trying to dissect what we're seeing, and I mean, it's tough to put a position on here. So
yeah,
it also needs to be quality over quantity. Like, just trading a million trades for the sake of trading, that's never going to work. So
no, it hasn't been.
No.
I missed this one down here. This was a pretty good opportunity. By the time we got back to this chart, the risk was
too much. Yeah, ran away. And again, that's another reason why I hate the initial balance. It's like, really?
Mm-hmm.
3 seconds. It's like, whew.
that delta divergence kept me from trying to short into that.
Yep.
Because we were talking about using the volume profile to get into directional moves, and at that time, it was looking like it was a directional move, but that negative delta just didn't look right to me. I think we were just too short in the hole as shorter time frame traders, and that proved to be correct.
Yeah.
So sometimes,
and also, yep.
Sometimes we just have to know that what we're seeing is telling us not to do something is just as important.
Absolutely. I think it's more important as well, because if you're going to try and chase every single move that you see, that's also not going to end well, because at some point, not every move is going to have a positive risk-reward ratio, and at some point, that's going to come back to bite you. So I hate trading like that. That's why I'm not a scalper. I like to take a decent chunk. Like you saw, my scalp was like 28 ticks, right? So that's my idea of a scalp. It's not really a scalp, is it?
No, that's a decent trade, right? I mean,
yeah, exactly. But for me, it's it's still taking a chunk of what I really want to take, but my level wasn't there yet, and it's still not there. I do have some new information now that I've been looking at in crude oil. So remember how just a minute ago I said the crude oil likes to reverse after the initial balance is over, and that it does that 77% of the time when we take a large enough sample size into consideration. Well, it popped below the initial balance, reversed, and now we're almost back where we started, right?
Right.
Now that changes things. My level still stands, but how I manage my target if we ever get to the value low and settlement at 88.15 and higher. So I still want to be a seller there. I'm not going to chase this because my level is higher up. But if I do get a short at some point in the day around 88.15 and somewhere around there, hold on, let me see where my value is. So between 88.15 and 88.40, if I do get some selling, I'm only going to ask for the market to go back to the initial balance high, not all the way wherever it came from.
Okay.
Because now we have the extension of the profile to the downside, if we also extend the initial balance to the upside, that creates a neutral day type. And
Right.
it's very unlikely to get a unidirectional trade or a move on a neutral day. Not impossible. There is about 8 to 10% chance of that. I'm a big data person. I always say this. So I rely on those kind of probability observed events that I've seen over the last 10 years or so, 11 years. And I know that anytime I try to trade all the way from the other side of the neutral day type and then to just try and get it all the way the other end, it never worked. However, initial balance high tends to be a pretty decent area to take a trade off. So whatever happens around my area of interest, I really only have about 40 to 50 ticks to work with. So now that I have the information, my trade management is going to change slightly. So I'm not going to be chasing my 70, 80 ticks profit like I normally do. It's very likely going to be 1.3, 1.5 R, or however much space I have once I get the price activity that I want to see from that 88.15 level.
Okay. Do you ever try and get a move like, let's say you shorted up here and it's going your direction. You're probably going to be taking it off once it gets to the initial balance high.
Yeah.
Do you ever try and get to point of control?
It depends. Sometimes I might use VWAP for a target, which tends to be inside the initial balance on a lot of those neutral days. But point of control, again, it's a very good target for when you have a naked point of control, especially untouched virginal point of control. But if you're looking at a point of control that's developing point of control today, and then if you're shorting and trying to get all the way there, I feel that I do better with the initial balance high because that's a level that's already done and dusted. Like it's not going to change. Whereas point of control, it might go up, might go down, depending on what the price activity does. And by the time that it moves, I kind of feel that it's already done. So I don't think it works very well for neutral type trades, neutral day type trades. It would probably work a lot better for a directional trade that is slowed down a bit, and then maybe you're kind of going against it to fade the move. That might work better. But for me, I haven't been very successful using the developing point of control in that way on neutral days. So that's just my experience. It doesn't mean that it's everybody's experience. Maybe it's due to the levels they take. But yeah, that's just my my deduction.
Okay.
Awesome.
Did you guys hear about we got about 2 weeks ago? Speaking of crude, ExxonMobil buying Pioneer Natural Resources for $60,000. Well, this coming over the wire here earlier this morning. Chevron is digging deep in its pockets and is buying Hess for 58 or 53 billion. So a lot of these bigger companies are sort of scooping up these smaller companies, and I don't think it's done yet. I think we're going to see some more of these companies buying up smaller companies.
And then they'll all get accused of monopolizing.
Yeah. And then everybody's going to scream, too big to fail, too big to jail.
My goodness.
Right. Well, we've got 9:30
I think we're just going to end up, just Earth called a certain way. Either, like we were joking, it's going to be like Virgin Earth because of Richard Branson, because he went and bought a whole bunch of companies. And all of a sudden, UK was just like Virgin Country. Everything was Virgin. Virgin Media, Virgin Telecom, Virgin this, Virgin Records. Like you couldn't, wherever you looked, it was Richard Branson all over the place.
He had it. He knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. We've got, James, you ready? We've got top 5 funded active Top Step traders here. You want to post that up there, what we've got going on? All right. We've got top funded. Now, these are funded. Yeah. Once again. Yes, he was once again
smashing it.
putting up some big numbers. 82,000. How about Sultan? The Sultan of trading swing. 80,000. Kyle K in the live account, 63,000. Ak Shay, 50,000. Eric C. Eric C. 40. Is that 46? Yes, 46. Man, that's some big numbers. Those are some really big numbers.
Big numbers.
My God.
Big numbers.
That's awesome. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. So those are top funded, active Top Step traders on the list. Nice going. Thank you, James.
Looks like we've taken off the tilt. I don't think it was operating correctly. We'll get that fixed and get that back up there for you.
Yeah. It changed it around just a little bit here. Reset it, see what we can do with it.
Look at where the high is now. It's up against that trend line. And this trend line is off a weekly chart. Check this out. Now, that's on the weekly chart. It's on the bottom.
I can also see a demand level there, right there, where the if you go horizontally from hold on, I think my chart looks very similar to that.
So that's that trend line, but it looks a little different on the 30, doesn't it?
Yeah. So I have a demand level on the daily chart at 42.43.5. Obviously, we popped into that. And now we're going back out. So it is some kind of a swing low on the daily chart.
My goodness. All right. Well, our initial balance is in. Our initial balance is in. Now we'll see where the opportunities offer themselves here. We had all that liquidity up above, up at like 50. We were looking at it up here. And I don't know if we took it out.
What was that? What was the price?
Yeah. I think we probably did take it out. I think it was kind of when we were just looking above the weekly kickoff. There was some liquidity up there. I said we'll probably take it out. I forget where the fuck it was. We've been talking so much and forgot where it is. I should start like putting some
notes. Yeah,
right?
Notes. Yeah, I always write everything down.
We've been at this for what? Let's see, August, September, October. So probably like what, 10 weeks now for TopstepTV, and I'm still trying to find my groove.
It takes a while. When I first started doing the live streams, oh my God, I think it took me like 6 months to even get comfortable with it. I used to get really nervous. I'm like, oh my God, live stream. Because, you want to do well and then you don't do well. And then you realize, okay, so nothing happened.
Whatever.
Yeah, exactly. And then eventually you just get into your normal self. So, yeah, the nervousness stops. But it takes a long time. Like, it's really not trivial at all because it's multitasking. You have lights, you have microphones, you have to talk, you have fire drill. Do you want to say
right?
All of it. Like, there's a lot of stuff to think about, and we are doing the job of a presenter and a trader and an analyst as well. So you have to get used to doing all of that at once. It's not easy.
And I'm questioning whether I'm smart enough to do all these things at once.
I think you're selling yourself short there, John. You're very good at all of these things.
Well, I wish I was short. We'll see how this plays out, though.
Well, my crude oil is going nowhere fast. It's kind of trying to stair step lower. I like to call it that way. If you look at a 30-minute chart, it's kind of creating a staircase, like drop, then consolidation, and drop, then consolidation, and drop. But that's never really a good sign for a directional move.
Oh.
So I'm still sticking with my idea that we're going to test that value low higher up. But because this is kind of heading so slow, I might be able to find another trade somewhere here. Not yet, though. Don't see anything obvious.
No, you probably wouldn't be trading against value high or low in today's session, correct?
No. No, that's, I don't like you. Are we talking developing value?
Yes.
Yeah, so developing value, again, it's the fair value, right? It's what it is. It's like it's the 70% where business took place.
Right.
So ideally, you want to avoid that, especially when you have a range-bound market. So a better way to approach a range-bound move would be to aim for the edges of the established highs and lows. And that means using maybe a second standard deviation curve from either a moving average or VWAP, whatever your preference is. That could be a better choice of a trade location. So profile is very useful to tell you the direction. Like right now, I know we have a failed auction in progress, but it's pretty much over. Like it nearly got to like the top quarter of the initial balance. So now is the question whether this is just a slowdown before more downside or whether this is just responsive activity, in which case we're going to end up in a neutral day. So this is what goes through my head when I'm thinking about what type of a day we have. All of my trades are pretty well thought out. I'm very rarely impulsive, very rarely kind of like, oh, it's moving, click, I'm in. So that almost never happens these days unless I'm like
Tom and Jerry.
Tom and Jerry, yes, exactly. So yeah, I always have a strategy to approach the type of a day and the price activity and price velocity that we're seeing. I'm very familiar with crude oil. That is my core market. I don't trade anything else because I trade DAX in London. I have been known to trade ES and NQ with a beta blocker, as mentioned previously. and gold. Obviously, gold is one of my core markets too. But I haven't been really that happy with the kind of average session ranges that we've been putting up. And then the whole move kind of seems to end in one candle. So for now, I've parked gold to kind of try and sort itself out, to try and get some more normal movement there. And again, crude oil, something that I know extremely well. And whenever we start getting these kind of moves, like we're barely 2 hours into trading, and we've still not made up our mind. That's never a good sign for a directional market unless we're waiting for something. I don't think we're waiting for anything today. So I have to conclude that the reason why it hasn't moved anywhere is because this is all just responsive activity. So that means I immediately default to another way of finding my trade locations, and that's focusing on the established session highs and lows, and perhaps using those standard deviations as a helping hand to confirm whether there is going to be a reversal at those important points. But my core orientation areas still remain. I have some average session ranges down below as well, which we're very far from. So now I have to work with whatever we've got. And the only thing that we have is session high, session low, and a consolidation. So I use that data and I try and work with it.
So I've added the second standard deviation off this VWAP here. Something you would consider.
Yeah. So let me just change my settings here to reflect that. And I just need to switch on my standard deviations as well. For some reason, they're not on.
Yeah, we try and keep these charts very simple, so that a little bit more visible, but I thought I'd throw those on there just to take a look.
Yeah. I'm going to have to get a new instance of this because... Okay, that's better. So the second standard deviation that I have here is around 86, 85 on crude oil on the downside. So if we manage to get around that area, and again, everything is a zone, so that's just, well, let's say I'll be looking at about 15 ticks range in and around that area for my longs. So this would be a responsive long trade idea. And then on the upside, if we don't manage to extend all the way to the value area, my zone of interest would be from 87.50 and then all the way up to session high, with the view to go into a neutral day and maybe fail if it's going to be really quiet. After that happens, if it happens, I will then only be looking to get maybe 40 to 50 ticks to view up, which should be in the middle. I like to use session view up for this particular purpose.
Sure.
And by the time that these opportunities appear, you're going to have quite a lot of trading activity. So view up is going to get more information as we go into the session.
Sure.
But yeah, that's been working very well for me on responsive activity days. And I have to say that quiet days that don't have a directional movement, they were the toughest for me. Like it took me probably about, I don't know, 9-10 years before I even got anywhere near. I've been trading for 16 years. So really in the last sort of 4 or 5 years, I managed to find a way to make them work. And it's never going to be like a smashing trade in one go, just smashing 80 ticks, right? It's always going to be like 0.8 R. So you get 30 ticks there, 35 ticks here. And I always tend to trade more on those days, but with higher hit rates. So, you aim to get like 3 to 5 trades on that day. And then you're hoping for 0.8 R, 0.5, 1 R. If you get 1.5 R, which is about 50 ticks, you're done.
Right.
Like, wow, amazing. Right. So yeah, that's the kind of strategy that I'm kind of leaning towards now in crude oil. What are your thoughts on the responsive activity and quieter days? Do you have any particular way how you approach those?
Well, typically range bound days have probably been my more profitable days.
Interesting.
Because I'm historically bad at getting into directional markets. So it's kind of like just wait for the extremes and fade them.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the core idea.
Right?
Yeah. Just watch price activity. If it turns around, there's your trade.
Right. And I find it easy to limit risk in that situation.
Yeah.
And you can kind of depend on that in just about any time frame, because there are two basic strategies. Is if it's range bound, you fade the extremes. If it's directional, you only go in that direction.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't have to be complicated, but I think the tricky part is to figure out that you have, like on an intraday, like on that day time frame, to figure out that you do have a quieter day early enough. Otherwise, if you get through, 5 hours of the session and you're like, so it's range bound, it might be a little bit too late.
But then it's too late, right?
Yeah. So you have to have some other way to read that quieter period.
Dalton always, he says that the earlier you can determine the day type you're trading, the better off you're going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Wise man.
Yes. Although sometimes he seems a little bit contradictory to me sometimes, like
a little bit.
The best trades often fly right in the face of the most recent market activity.
Yeah.
But don't pick tops and bottoms.
Yeah. And I will add to that, at least not without some kind of price action supporting the top and bottom reversal.
Right. You need some sort of structure to lean on to limit the risk.
Yeah. Yeah, Dalton does go into some contradiction, but it still stands that he has brought an amazing way to look at the markets. And, one of the reasons why we're all here, I think, is because he was the one who popularized it.
Yeah.
I know that. What's his name? Steidelman? Yeah. So he was the father. He came up with it, but then Jim popularized it. So
Yeah, he's the godfather.
yeah, he's the godfather. Yeah.
Have you ever listened to Stoudemire speak?
No, I think recently I came across one of the webinars, but there aren't that many events with him actually speaking, at least not on YouTube, or I haven't looked much. So what's he like?
He's like highly intelligent, and his brain moves faster than his mouth. So he'll like start on something, and then his brain will be two concepts past that, and he'll like skip to it and then go back and fix it.
Yeah, but you would have to be like that to come up with something like market profile.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Because you can't think like a normal person.
No. And he was an acquaintance of my dad's on the grain floor, and my dad used to go up and say, what do you think, what are your levels, right? And Stoudemire would tell him, and my dad never really, I don't think, studied profile that much, but just got the levels from Stoudemire, and had some decent success with it. So I remember him telling me about market profile. I think I was in 8th grade, 7th, 8th, something like that. And of course, I'm in 8th grade. What do I care, right? And then he never really brought it up again until I was a prop trader, and my dad didn't even bring it up. A friend of mine gave me his copy of Mind Over Markets.
Yeah.
And said, get your own copy tomorrow. So.
Yeah, I think I have about 3 copies of that. I kept giving my copies away to colleagues when I was working in prop trading companies here, and they never gave it back. And I was like, "Where's my book?" And they're like, "Sorry, I'm still reading it." And I was like, "Well, let's buy your own."
Well, you mentioned Stoudemire, and right now, I mean, we've got charts that do everything for us. On the trading floor, there used to be people that would just have a graph sheet and just mark buy, sell, and they would do this from opening bell to closing bell. And I used to pass them by and say hi and go, man, that's got to be a boring job. They'd be like every 5 minutes or every 15 minutes or every, they would chart like what we're seeing here now. They would chart
you had to
by hand.
You had to.
That's all we had, right?
Yeah.
We
have all the sophisticated. Obviously, one of the reasons why I commissioned all my indicators was because I was using Excel spreadsheets, so not quite bad as writing it down on on pieces of paper, but it was pretty bad. It was still very time consuming, and I promised myself. I remember, one time during my 4 hours of doing analysis, drawing everything and calculating and formulas, I said to myself, you know what? As soon as I'm able to, I'm going to get somebody to code this stuff up for me because I'm just sick and tired of doing this by hand. And I did it. One of the annoying things about CTST4 was that you have that other window. You can't overlay profile very well on the chart. And that's the first thing that I commissioned. So Blocktick MP, that was the thing. So now I just have a graphical overlay. I do have a TPO profile in letters on the side of the chart, and you can put letters as well. You can hide the candles and stuff, but I never do that. We have this inlay graphic overlay where I can just see whether the market has gone outside of the initial balance or not very clearly. And I'm a very visual learner. I'm a very visual person, so that's pretty much all I need. And any kind of TPOs on the side, they're just helpers to see exactly which letter, which period we've done something. But apart from that, I just use my graphic inlay, and it's been so much easier. Oh my God. It saves me so much time. It's not even funny.
So you have the market profile overlaid over the 30-minute chart?
Yeah.
Nice.
So you can see the candles and but we only did it for MetaTrader 5 via AMP futures because that's the only way we could get the actual futures contracts.
Got it.
And the CTO was very adamant to use MetaTrader because it was one of the most popular retail trading platforms back then. Things have changed now because we had the prop world just exploding into the retail trading world. But back then a lot of retail traders were like coming from Forex. So he was like, yeah, let's just do it for MetaTrader. But I'm trying to persuade him to translate all the Blatic indicators into Ninja as well. Because now we have a whole bunch of future traders who keep asking me, hey, do you do your indicators on Ninja? Hey, what about Ninja? What about Ninja? So, yeah, I did give him a pitch, but he's still on the fence about it because he's not the biggest fan of Ninja Trader. But yeah, hopefully next year we're going to have something for something similar that we use on MetaTrader 5 via AMP. Also doing the same thing on Ninja.
I was always under the understanding that MetaTrader 4, MetaTrader 5 was basically Forex.
No, so MetaTrader 4 was Forex, but in Europe and elsewhere, you have the CFDs, which stands for Contracts for Difference. They were supposed to be like futures, but without the physical delivery. So that was the only difference. But MetaTrader 5 came along with the view that they're going to bring futures markets, real futures markets to the space. And some companies did it, very few. So you can do AMP Futures, which is a very well-known company, and they use CQG data feed under the covers. So when you get, once you see my charts, all of the symbols are actually CQG symbols. Because they're a little bit different. I like CQG as well. I think it's one of the most quality data feeds that you can find. And then you can connect Iron Beam and stuff like if you already have existing data feed somewhere else, there are certain companies who will integrate with it. But yeah, so MetaTrader 4 still remains Forex, but MetaTrader 5 was meant to bring futures to that whole space. But unfortunately in Europe and UK, because you still have those spread betting platforms and all that nonsense, people are still under the assumption that they're just as regulated as the futures markets. So I've been on a bit of a mission to show to people that that's not the case.
That is not the case.
No, exactly, because nobody regulates CFDs, like nobody cares. They're not standardized contracts, and that's a big problem because it opens up a lot of doors for manipulation and for spread manipulation, slippage. Like, in futures, you only get slippage when there's not enough units on the actual exchange. But slippage with a broker that is using CFDs, it's slippage from them. It's like you don't know what the hell they're doing under the covers, so I would never trust that. Right.
No, I think, futures that's the purest market there is. There's only one liquidity pool.
Yeah.
There's of course, short time frame manipulation. The algos and the HFTs do what they can, but eventually price will find its equilibrium, and it's
exactly. And if you know what to look out for, you can spot those activities by algorithms very easily. And it shouldn't bother you. People who use excuse, it's the HFTs messing us up. No, it's your skills not going to be, it's your skills not being high enough. So get better.
Right. And if you're not playing in their time frame, they're not going to affect you that much.
Exactly. Yeah. So if you're not doing 1 million trades a day, get better. Yes.
I've got James knocking at my back door. We got yesterday's best, Friday's best P&Ls. We're going to take a look here right now. Let me hit the bongos. Oh, there it is. Okay, trying to build up some drama. Yesterday's best, which is Friday's, Terrell. In the Express funded account, 11,230. That's a fantastic day. My goodness.
Great day.
Abdullah with the Express funded account, 10,826. Dwayne with 9,640. Colonel with Sanders with 9,534. And Austin D, 9,372.
Do we know what they're trading? Do we know what sort of products they're trading? I think that would be a very interesting thing to know.
Maybe we could do that. What do you say?
Yeah.
guys?
Probably
Maybe take
4
a
out of
little
5.
deeper.
Probably
Sorry,
4 out
John?
of 5 of them. Probably 4 out of 5 of them are trading the Nasdaq.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would guess so. Yeah.
That'd be something.
But it would still be, yeah, exactly. Because that would be useful information.
Right. Good. But Deanna, I'd like to thank you for being with us here on this wonderful Monday morning and sharing all your insight and sharing all your knowledge and sharing all your everything. I heard one of your dogs barking earlier this morning, and I was hoping that maybe one you could show us. Is there anyone laying around there real quick?
No, none of them are in here, but I can get one ready for Wednesday.
All right. I was gonna say, no, they're all at work. I put them to work. They all got jobs.
Yeah, they're all at work.
So
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
off.
Yeah.
But,
I think they were barking at a delivery. They always bark at delivery man. So, yeah. But yeah, I'll get one ready. Yeah, there's some of them that are pretty pliable. They just get enough biscuits and treats and they will stay there and eat.
All right.
Yeah, but some of the others are like, let me go. What is this?
So you
Well,
got
maybe
biscuits
they'll,
and treats?
Yeah, you need to pay them. Yes, you absolutely need to pay them.
My secret word is cookie. You want a cookie? You want a
Cookie.
On
We,
like,
we say bicky. We say bicky. It's like
Bicky?
a nice, bicky, like biscuit, bicky. Yeah. But usually with the way it works with dogs, it's no money, no honey. So, okay, here we come. One of them, my husband has got one. Hold on.
Oh, look at it. All right.
There we go.
Oh, you got
This
kisses.
is River Bear. This is River Bear.
River Bear. Hello,
Rimmer Bear.
Rimmer. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
There was a British TV show called The Red Dwarf, which is like a
Yes.
comedy sitcom. Yeah, you know. Yeah. So Rimmer. Yeah, he's the hologram. So this is Rimmer.
Cool.
Thank you for that share.
Maybe Wednesday I'll see if I get Lacey up here.
Yeah.
We can talk to each other.
Yes.
Yeah, Wednesday I'll see if I can still catch that fly flying around here and bring him on.
It's still there?
Yeah, I tell you, it survived. It survived
My goodness.
in this cold weather. But the thing is, I don't want to kill it now. It's like
That's your friend.
throw it outside.
Gonna name it now.
I'm gonna name it. Yeah. Help me! Help me! Oh my
You want
goodness!
to be my friend? Yeah.
But we got you
All right,
back
guys.
here Wednesday, same
Yep,
bat
that's
time,
true.
same bat channel,
Yep.
and we're going to be bringing Andre up next. But Deanna, thank you very much for sharing
Awesome.
your lovely pooch. What a cute
Thank you,
little dog.
Thank you, Eddie. Glad to have you back, and I'll see you guys Wednesday.
All right,
Looking
take
forward
care.
to it, Dean.
Take care.
Bye bye. All right, Deanna. Well, I hope that there was some comments on YouTube that were sort of following her trade and actually walked away with profit,
With
which
the money. Yep. There you
with
go.
the money, honey, and no money, no honey. What you said.
Yeah, I know, right?
I mean, I could go. Yeah, I tell you, winter's coming up. I got to find myself a nice big jar of honey. I mean, just the way we talk all the time and so forth.
So you get some tea and honey and lemon.
Lemon. Yes, got to get some lemon. I get the juice there though. But anyway, we've got Andre coming up here in just a few minutes. We're going to take a time out. I think I'm going to grab another coffee. John, you going to grab another coffee?
Yeah, I'm going to grab a coffee and
Grab a coffee.
I'll
We'll be
meet you
back
back
with
here in a couple
Andre.
minutes.
All right, cool. All right, be right back. Let's talk shop. And guess who we've got? We got Andre. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right, man. Welcome back. Great to see you. Great to hear you. I know the viewers are really liking your reappearance from your week off of recharging the batteries, and it's no different on this side of the mic too, man. It's really good to have you back and filling in for you for a little bit. More gained respect for you, dude. I respect that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
and did a great job. And
appreciate it.
I rested last week.
Good.
You know, you get
Much
to this
needed.
age, and you know, Geritol just doesn't do it anymore for you. You know?
Hey, man, just chilling out at home sometimes is the best type of medicine you need, man.
Yeah, but
Good for you.
glad to have you here with us for
Appreciate it.
talking shop. And any opportunities you saw this morning? You put any trades on this morning?
I have not. It's been rather quiet. I missed
Did you
an
sleep
entry. What's up, Hogue?
Did you sleep in?
Today I did not. I've actually been watching the show all morning. I've been up with you guys, following along. The reversal at what time was it? 8:40 Chicago time. We were breaking. We just completely reversed out of it. Completely caught me off guard. Treasury rates were the rates and yields were rallying, kind of sending this lower in the equities. And that didn't really stop. We have turned around since, but the reversal caught me off guard. Luckily, was sitting on my hands. It's a Monday, first day of the week, in the last week of the month. So I haven't done a hell of a lot. That doesn't mean I'm done trading for the day, but if it's anything like last week, maybe the setups come in the afternoon. So that's where I'm at right now.
Well, I mean,
What do you got, Johnny?
There's that first 30-minute bar,
Yeah.
and you know, if you were watching the stream, you know.
Yeah.
I was yakking a lot about how negative the delta was right off the open.
It was.
Which says to me that's probably short time frame sellers. And I think that pullback when we looked below the overnight low and we couldn't hold there was, you know, pretty much a golden opportunity to take advantage of all those short time frame shorts that were in the market. Yeah. And we've been waiting patiently for an opportunity to perhaps trade at the low of the base of the late spike here at 53.75 area.
53 in the orders. Yep.
So, and D was talking about, you know, some potential supply up here in the overnight up here, this consolidation she was kind of looking at. And so, you know, we're just kind of being patient, waiting for the market to probably take a look above the initial balance here. Possibly, and if that doesn't hold, then I think we start looking possibly for some shorts. But that's
if it doesn't hold, that's when we look for the shorts.
Right.
Okay. Right. Well, we're hovering around settle, a couple handles above, but yeah, okay, right. Fair enough. Yeah, it kind of caught me off guard, and the follow. I mean, I wouldn't say it was follow through a little bit, but got me sitting on my hands, had me confused, to be honest with you. And when I'm confused, I'm not going to force a trade. I'm definitely not done. We got 5 more hours left in the trade.
So for sure.
Plenty of time.
Oh, yeah.
But if it's anything like last week, the setups kind of came in the afternoon, especially on the Monday and Tuesday, I want to say. So we can kind of wait. Plenty of time. I think I haven't gone over the calendar. I should have done more prep. But I know we got big earnings this week, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know how.
Yes, we do.
We got a lot of big companies starting tomorrow, and Fed's pretty quiet. I think we have Powell later this week, even though I thought it's supposed to be a blackout 2 weeks prior to FOMC decisions. Right. I thought it was blackouts, correct?
Yeah, you're right. You're right on the blackout.
Okay, then why? Okay, I saw on the calendar that Powell might be speaking on Wednesday. Maybe it's. Yeah, okay. I could be confused there, so don't quote me on that. So it's a blackout, so it's going to be quiet. It could be whippy. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. Light data week, heavy earnings, but those are before and after the bell. So we're not necessarily going to be trading that.
Right.
Last week of the month, first day of the last week, keep your eye on the 10-year, keep your eye on the Middle East. That's pretty much where my head's at in terms of my post-it notes that I've got around my trading screen here that, I'm kind of locked into. Reminders.
Yeah, there's Microsoft, Google tomorrow, Meta, IBM Wednesday,
Ooh-wee.
Amazon, Intel Thursday. So a lot of tech heavy stuff this week. If there's going to be any kind of a divergence between the S&P and the NASDAQ.
I was just going to ask that, John. So usually the first week of earnings season is typically the banks, right? The banks are mostly in the S&P 500.
Right.
So now that we've got heavy tech week, would this be the week to really key in on NASDAQ to perhaps be the leader and not the laggard? Is there anything to that, or am I overthinking it?
No, I think you're probably spot on that, Andre, because the major drivers in earnings will be the tech sector, and if the NASDAQ is going to drag the S&P along with it, then so be it.
Yes. Okay. Because I know Eddie was asking earlier this morning what's leading and what's lagging, and essentially, guys, if you overlaid the charts on one another, pretty much the same thing. So I'm wondering wondering if that's changed, or if we should expect for that to change as the week goes on. Basically, it's a tech-heavy earnings week. So, okay, great. Something to keep an eye on.
Well, and I have this thing here. This is it's a market correlation.
Oh yeah, I love this thing. Pull that up. This thing is sweet.
So we're going to go with 30-day correlations. The E-mini S&P and the NASDAQ. Where is the NASDAQ?
Trader Don. Who's that? Doug Hoshi. Yeah, let me see. This thing is cool. So what do you okay, so this is 30 days.
Right.
And what's it trying to correlate exactly? What versus what? Or just markets versus market?
Well, it's got like the ES and the YM, 96% correlation. I'm not seeing the NASDAQ on here for some reason. I don't know.
96%?
Yeah. Yep. And
that's tick for tick then. Pretty damn near tick for tick, right?
Oh, pretty much, right?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, shoot.
You got the bonds in the 10-year at 98%. But I'm not seeing the NASDAQ on here for some strange reason. It is not.
All right, we got a poll. Is the NASDAQ leading or lagging the ES?
I like
Put your
this.
vote in right now.
I do not know.
I don't know. That's a tough one. They've been
a hell of a question.
Moving, syncopated skaters here.
Mm-hmm.
And my bet would be that it will start leading as the week progresses, but right now it looks pretty tick for tick.
It usually is. The little sister S&P sort of follows along like a little puppy.
Yeah, well, the NASDAQ goes, especially with tech, right? This being big tech week. We still keep creeping higher and higher here. I know John was talking about that consolidated overnight level around the 4260s in the S&P, so it's kind of what we're keying on. If we can't hold that, John, we'd look for a good short, correct? That's kind of what our setup.
Well, that's what I just did here. I'm short now.
Shit,
we got to the base of the late spike within. Well, it went through it by a couple of ticks. It extended the initial balance. It came back inside the initial balance. I'm going to put a stop in. I'm not in great here, but I'm going to go. Well, let's go 56.
Patrick Weiland, you wild, man.
All right. Great. While John's doing that, Adam said Powell's speech 35 minutes after the close on Wednesday.
That's what I thought, but I thought it was a blackout, so I was confused.
I read blackout, with which they're not supposed to say anything, but I guess, when you're the king, it's good to be the king.
It is good to be the king.
Is that on the
heavy the head?
Is that on this calendar?
I didn't. Adam posted it for
on Financial Juice. It was on Financial Juice. Someone else saw that. I saw Paul. I said Paul.
Hey John, real quick. Also, I want to learn. Chris Kringle wants to learn some market profile. Dalton or Stottlemyre, which has got a better introduction for?
I think Dalton is more clear.
Okay. That'll work. There you go, Chris.
All right, so John got short. I think I'm gonna be try to be a little more selective. I do feel like the downside bias. I do see that based on what we were talking about. Maybe wait a little bit, but I do see it.
Yeah, it's this base of the late spike here.
Shit, John, we're trading again, man. It's just like last week.
Right?
You're doing a class. You're doing a class today after, or you're just doing a Q&A, correct?
Yeah, we're just doing Q&A. Basically, a group coaching session.
Right.
I've got some emailed in questions, and a lot of folks probably still have questions about the profiles. So that's a good place for you to go.
Yeah, we'll clean up some of the stuff from last week, tie up the loose ends, and that class last Wednesday was a smash hit. I will say the views speak for themselves on the standalone post in the YouTube channel. So go check that out if you haven't got a chance.
And the comments were so nice. I mean,
be careful in those comments, John. Be careful.
Well, I know.
They'll get you sometimes.
No, they were so nice. I mean, just I'm not trying to tell people how to trade, but it's just useful information, right? The profiles are all about the context. I got my stop in a bad spot here, but we'll take another look if we get stopped out. We may have another opportunity.
You got it. What do you have, around 60?
No, around 56.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna have to, I think, move it a little bit further. That's one of the issues that I think I'm dealing with. Is I've been very risk averse on screen. Yeah. My stops have been way too close. So we'll see.
Yes, I remember that Michael's kind of dealing with the same issues a couple weeks ago. Then thanks to this chat, TopstepTV, he was able to come to the conclusion maybe widen the stops, take on some more risk. But yeah, no, I hear you, John. We talked about this last week. Trading on camera in front of people is definitely a different beast.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
it really is. It's all good, man. It's all good. This is a safe space for us to do this. Everyone's really cool about it.
It's like being a magician. You want to make sure that the trick doesn't sort of screw up in front of everybody.
Right, man?
But sometimes it does. Sometimes she never comes back from that disappearing cat.
That's the ultimate trick.
Sometimes you actually cut her in half.
I was going to go there, but...
I believe, Tilt is currently down. Where's Michael Patak? He is out of town for the time being. I wouldn't be surprised if he does stop in periodically through the week just to say hi, maybe put on some trades. But
sure, he probably will.
But he will. I wouldn't be surprised if he's watching right now. So, he'll be here. I know we all like him, miss him. He's fun to trade with.
Once the hair on the neck of your neck stands up, he's here.
Or that ringing in your ear.
He's here. He's gonna trade.
Here somewhere. Yeah, Eddie, we missed your soundboard, man. I missed your soundboard last week. It just wasn't the same.
But I'm happy that you covered for me. If anybody was going to cover, it was going to be get you a soundboard.
All right.
So here's my concern now.
You got any low volume nodes up here?
Well, we've got value low from Friday right in the area here. So, I mean, we were talking with D between the base of the late spike and up here around 57, value low here, 58.50, somewhere in here. There is an opportunity, but I'm probably priced with my stop still a little bit too close. I could have been more patient, waited for better trade location. Yeah. But we're just going to see what happens. And
what was that price, John? That 57?
The base of the late spike, 53.5. Low of value, TPO, 58.5. And we basically just traded right to it.
Right.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, I like that. Hey, John, you use pivot points at all? Question from Tom.
No, not really. I mean, and it doesn't say that they're not any good. There's nothing that works every time, right? Some things work sometimes, some things they don't. If you're using it and you're finding success with it, keep using it. There's nothing wrong with them.
Right. Just one thing I want to add here. We've got the chat open for comments, and we wish and hope that you're learning from what we're talking about. And if you've got anything bad to say, please keep it to yourself. It's like I used to, if you can't say anything good, don't say nothing at all. We're trying to keep this YouTube chat in a positive tone. Yes. So please take that into consideration, and we would really appreciate that. Also, 2,100 people are watching, and we've only got 1,100 likes. Subscribe to this channel. We're looking to get 50K. Once we get 50K, we got some big things we're going to be doing. So subscribe, like, and be positive in our chat.
Keep the chat healthy. Exactly. Keep it healthy. Let's keep the sucker open. It's just 95% of the chat is good stuff. It's good positive vibes.
Yeah.
Here.
You always have a couple people in there that want to just pop off. Bad day, bad trade, whatever. All good. We're here for that too. Just keep it PG.
You can vent. I'm not saying you can't, but when you start talking bad about other people,
that ain't cool.
I don't like. Yeah.
That ain't cool. All right, I'm going to be stalling out here on this mini rally.
Don't say that.
Why? More we go.
Market loves to make a liar out of us.
Oh yeah, it's just me thinking. This is me thinking out loud. That's all. I'm not declaring it going one way or another. Simply thinking out loud.
Hey John, Gary Goldberg. Goldberg is asking a question. Do you use volume profile for individual product pit sessions or for the general trading day period beginning at 7:30?
Well, most of the information that I glean out of the profiles is from the market profile. Volume profiles I use for directional markets, like kind of what we've got going on right now.
Right.
But I'm usually focusing more on the regular trading hour sessions on both.
Yep.
Tom is asking, Hogue, so the market's waiting for Powell. Well, I don't think we're going to wait till Wednesday. There's opportunity here now. It's just a matter
of... Powell, I don't see Powell on any...
I swear I saw him, man. I swear I saw it. And I was confused myself. I want to say it was Wednesday.
Well, that's...
Yeah, here we go. 3:35 Chicago time, PM. Fed Powell speaks.
Where's he talking?
On the 25th. I don't know. I'm not going to get too fixated on it right now.
I see it now.
Yeah. But
it'll be after the markets, so,
that's true.
Well, that might be something good at 5 o'clock when those markets open back up. You might get a nice little run.
There you go.
They may be speaking, and you got Waller speaking the next day, but they may be speaking at some sort of an event that they're not going to be discussing policy.
I was just thinking the same thing. It might be something like financial literacy or something to that extent.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Like Comic-Con or Hobby World.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't know where they're going to be, but we'll have to see.
So probably it's going to try to test the overnight high then?
That would probably be a good good guess here.
See if some stops go off and maybe take a short into that. We'll see. Just an idea.
Well, yeah, if it takes out the overnight high and then comes back, that'll be my next short.
Same. So it's kind of the setup we're thinking here. See how it plays, but patience right now.
Yeah.
It's a waiting game. Like Deanna always says, she's a market stalker. We all need to be market stalkers, snipers, call it what you want. Lying in the weeds, waiting. But yeah, so we have a plan. We have a plan, strategy. Let's see if we can execute it.
You got a good call here. If you're long earlier here in the with the sisters, I mean, my gold right now is just turned over and is asking for a belly rub. I mean, crude gave a nice run here, but then it fell out of bed. It fell out of bed here.
What's crude trading? Is crude trading higher or lower?
Well, we're
out
7.16, right?
Now it's time to short. It just hit my stop.
You got me ready to pull.
It's 58 evens, right?
Crude's doing nothing.
Nothing. Excuse me.
Gold. Nothing.
Yeah.
Slowly markets that are moving.
Nothing here.
All right, well, we're in the good markets then.
Yeah. Coming up, just so we let everybody know, Brett's going to be with us here around 10:30 Chicago time in just a few more minutes here. We'll have Brett talking with us with Shoulder Tap. And right after that, we've got
that sold.
Boy, holy crap.
I just try to get short.
We just ran all the stock.
I know. I just got short 62s, guys.
That's a good spot.
Yeah.
That's a good spot.
Short 62 here in the S&Ps, right?
Yeah.
It took out the overnight high. If it can not hold above that, you'll be all right. I'm short again too, but I'm stopped out now.
I saw those stops go off and open highs. A couple setups there. Sorry, Eddie. You were saying you're previewing the upcoming day. We got Brett coming up for Shoulder Tap.
No, Brett's going to be coming up for Shoulder Tap. And Power Players, we got the Mighty Ox Trading going to be with us. And then, of course, to end the day here, group coaching with Johnny Hoagland.
Awesome.
We got a 3 o'clock segment with our coaches today.
Sweet.
I do believe. I haven't seen anything.
Is that me?
I don't know. I think it was one of my computers was
Something needs to update.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I get that all the time.
We got yields dropping. Oh man.
Yields dropping. That's bull. Yeah. Now that you got that correlation that you pulled up on that chart, if we can share that, is that did you subscribe to that, or is that just open for anyone, John?
No, it's just open to anybody. It's
we could share that, aka me. I would like to see that. That's pretty cool.
Right here. So there it is.
Sweet.
So you got ES in the 10-year -51 as far as correlation. So it's an inverse correlation.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense.
Right. I don't know if we can't really see this here. I can do this. There. Now we got it. So now we can see it here. So here's the ES and the 10-year -51. So it's an inverse correlation, of course.
Yep. That makes perfect sense. So, yeah, we'll see.
But I stops. Well, there's the NASDAQ. So ES NASDAQ 94%.
Pretty much 1 for 1. Today
that's on the 30-day correlation. Yes, that's on the 30-day.
Oh, 30-day.
30-day correlation.
Yeah.
Now the NASDAQ falls off of it. Now on the 60-day, the NASDAQ was just on here. How about the 90?
MRCI. Yeah, let's share that link later at some point today that we can peep that. That's cool. Never seen this matrix before.
Here, I can pop it in the chat right now.
Never seen this matrix before.
It is.
Yeah. Sweet. Thank you, Johnny. Look at that, man. Come to TopstepTV. You get hooked up with good stuff like this. Damn.
I mean, it gives you, up to 180 day, 120, 90.
How's our shorts doing? Oh, boy, we're not done.
Yeah.
It's haters, dude. Yeah, this is really cool. Fucking learned a lot.
Just remember, if you got any questions for Johnny this afternoon for group coaching, there is James just pinned the email address. Those questions are going to get answered first. So please. And there is that mrci.com link again in the YouTube if you're interested in that. Bookmark it, save it, so you can share it with somebody else.
Yeah, it's really good. I have to study it more in depth to see what exactly he's looking at and what exactly it's showing. But yeah, initially it looks like it's the goods.
Primetime is asking, do you make money on express funded accounts? Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
I believe you do.
Yes, you do.
Yep.
All right.
We don't have tilt up today, correct?
No, we do not.
Okay, just
I
checking.
had it up earlier, but it was off a bit.
If there's bugs, we're not showing if there's bugs. Only if it's when it's good.
Yep.
Yep. And that's. I imagine there's gonna be the. So this is my first trade in the day. I don't know how long we can ride. I'll ride it for, but 6-handle target. 6-handle target.
That'd be decent, huh?
First trade, yeah. It's nice when you get on TV and the setup shows up.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
Were you doing your initial balance trades, John?
well, the low here, we were on our way down there. I'm like, all right, we're gonna watch and see if we take out the overnight low, but we can't stay below it.
Right.
We're gonna look for a long. But by the time I got back to this chart, because we were talking about something else,
Sure.
the risk was too great, so we missed that trade. Now we're looking. Because of the late spike, we opened below it. The market is telling us it's possibly accepting pricing at lower levels. So now we're finally in the area we were looking for shorts. You were patient enough to wait till we really got into it, but now there's.
you need that pullback.
So what I'm concerned about now is
Me too.
the acceptance and value from yesterday.
Me too.
Friday. That's the worry there. So because that could take us still higher.
Yep.
I mean, it's still going to be an overlapping to lower range, lower value, no matter what happens at the upside today. But we got to see what happens here.
We will see what happens. But anyways, the intuition was sound, the logic was sound, the thought process also sound. Process driven, man. Results will be what they will, but the process is. I mean, basically,
where I've really been suffering is execution because I'm usually on a different chart.
There you go. Yeah, you're juggling a lot of balls in the air right now.
Yep.
Yeah, essentially saw setup play out in real time. How about that? Play this. I gotta take a look at this matrix later. This is really cool.
Yeah, you like that?
I do like it, man. This is some nerd stuff, but I like it. I'll take a look at it later. It's distracting.
Nerd stuff.
It's nerd stuff, but I love it, man. This is from nerd stuff leads to money stuff, though. So who cares?
Yep.
So we hit settle. We hit the overnight high. And stops went off. You think the shorts would be the play?
Well, time will tell.
Indeed. Sorry, I'm thinking out loud. That's all.
No, that's what we're doing here, right?
Yeah. See if I missed anything. Yep.
Boy, could I use a hot pocket right now? Oh, I was thinking out loud. Sorry.
We used to crush those things in college, man. No problem.
Ding.
No, yeah, right. Those toaster ovens, whatever those were.
The hot pads.
Oh my God, all that stuff. Ramen. Boy, we'd eat ramen. 99-cent ramen.
What do you guys think of using MACD indicator for trading? Jay's asking.
John, that's your expertise.
It's something I've looked at, something I don't actually use. But again,
To each his own. Yeah.
There's nothing that works all the time. Nothing never works. Nothing works all the time. It's it's all in your ability to keep in your process, your strategy, and find ways to execute against those levels in ways that you can profit. I mean,
Exactly.
There's
no silver bullet.
There's a million ways to skin a cat, right?
There is.
Yeah.
There's
Poor little kitty. Hey,
Right?
Chad's making chicken wings, everybody, and he's inviting everybody over. So, Chad,
Hey,
I'll
sounds
stay
good.
aside and get that address, and
I'm down.
the three of us will be over in about 15 minutes. Chicken wings for Monday Night Football.
He called the spreadsheet a matrix nerd. I know, JD. Sorry. That's what they call it, though, man. I don't know.
All right. Well, this will be my third strike if it doesn't work out, but it doesn't mean I might find something later on to trim this loss or make money.
The Eagles look good, Michael.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're just hanging out.
Yep.
I'm just messing with you, JD.
All right.
Yeah, that was cool. I'm going to definitely take a look this afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
Don't pull that. What's our name?
Jim's is talking about crude. Crude making some new lows here right now. 86.69.
Good to know what our rate's doing. Continue to downtick.
Huh. Tori says she just got a signal for a long in the NASDAQ.
What's up, Tori? Awesome.
Nice to see you, Tori.
Yeah.
I missed Tori last week. She was on, right?
Crushed it. Crushed
I
it.
missed her. Well, hopefully we get her back on here soon.
Yeah, last our power players segments last week were awesome. Top notch. Kyle at the end of the week. If Kyle's watching, let's try to get him back on, man. Everyone really liked hearing from him.
Mm-hmm.
He was super interesting. And his story's wild.
Yeah, if we've got somebody that does come on, and you like what they're talking about, and you think they've got some more to add,
I definitely
send us an email. Send us an email. Say, I'd like to see Kyle back again. I'd like to see this person back again. I'd like to, let's see what you're liking out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they can live trade with us if they're cool with it.
Okay, we always got room for somebody to come on and join us.
Absolutely. Wrong signal, huh? Tori's got me thinking. 2 hours ago for me, she says. He is wild, Savage. He was wild, but he's a hell of a trader.
Yeah.
He was wild. It was fun.
Yeah, he's definitely swings for the fences.
Yeah, it's cool. Might be growing some legs here. Is Michael, if Patak's watching, he'd call it growing some legs right here.
Growing some legs, right?
Did he get that from you?
No.
Where did he get that from, man? He's always talking about growing some legs.
No.
It's country stuff.
The dollar keeps dropping.
Yeah, this is all bullish, isn't it?
Yields keep dropping.
It's all bullish.
Yep.
So if Mike is watching, big snowstorm coming up there in the Rockies.
He got stuck in the snow already last week.
Like a foot and a half. I know, and he was couldn't get into work.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty big. Plains are going to get some snow. And then I was just
We're
talking to
getting
the wife
snow?
a little while ago, and she goes, it's going to be close to 80 here this week.
Yeah.
I'm like, where? What are you talking
Is it
about?
really? Is it really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
I don't know, screwy. But we've got. My goodness, here I'm sort of not paying attention. We got. What do we got? We got shoulder tap coming up here. We're gonna take a quick break here, and we've got Brett coming up with us in just a few minutes or maybe seconds. But we'll be right back.
See you, Dre. Hey, it's time for shoulder tap, and we got Brett with us. How's it going, risk manager Brett? Good. Good. 3 strikes. I'm out.
Uh-oh.
Yep, it does. Happens to me a lot lately. Yep. Apparently, we're not hearing Brett. We're not hearing Brett.
Sure weren't.
Broadcast. I hear him. He sounds great, ladies and gentlemen. He sounds really good.
He's muted. Why are we hearing him?
No, I think it's on the we got you.
I think that might have done it. Sound. I don't know.
Yep. No sound. Still
No sound. We got to figure that out.
Well, we're going to try and get this figured out on the back end here. And
Yeah, let's do that. John, we can talk about this trade as we keep upticking here.
Yeah. See, now the concern is reacceptance inside value. And
Right.
So, our idea for shorts didn't work. I don't know if I'm in the mood to try and catch a long, because like usual, it's already underway, and
You're buying the highs, man. That's
really
the problem.
bad at that. So we'll just we'll see what happens as the day goes on. I'm sure I'll see if I can't find a way to recover this later on, but I'm not going to get upset. I'm not going to get angry.
Right.
I'm not going to get emotional, and because I've been here so many times before, and we know that these things happen. So I'm not going broke, that's for sure.
No, hell no. How we doing with Brett? Is it working? Can we hear him?
I don't know. Got it. Okay. Got it. All right. Still working on it.
Yeah, sounds good.
Dr. VJ passed 50K account today. Nice job. Nice job.
It is a nice job.
Mm-hmm.
No sound, no Brett. We're working on it, everyone. We're working on it. We might be an abbreviated shoulder tap because we have 11 o'clock power players, but when he is able to be heard, he will definitely be on. In the meantime, John, are you still on that trade?
Sorry.
Oh, no.
Oh, you're not? Okay. I'm still.
I got out when.
Okay. I'm still in that trade, fellas. Yeah.
Still, I mean, we're looking at the dollar falling.
I know.
Yields falling. I'm like,
Last thing I want to freaking see.
yeah. So then we did close a 30-minute bar inside value from Friday. This bar right here closed inside value.
Yeah.
The target for the upside is the other extreme of value.
Okay. Upside, you said?
Yes. That would take us up to 79 even, approximately.
Okay. That's a lot of room.
Dylan passed today as well.
2, 3, 4.
Dylan did pass. Good job.
We got him.
Test. Please ignore anybody saying test.
Yeah.
Please ignore test. This is only a test.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Do you guys see your Brett?
Test.
That's
Yeah,
good to
I
go.
got you.
All
Good to
right.
go. Let's rock.
All right,
Come on.
let's go.
Hey,
Awesome.
just wanted to build it up a little bit.
Here we go.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. How we looking, Brett?
We're good. We've got the S&P making new highs. I think I've told Andre and John, you both that twice now at least. But the third one gets through to everybody. Glad to
There you
hear.
go.
We'll make this a little quick because we lost a little bit of time, unfortunately. But markets are moving, and we've got traders that we've got good and we've got bad. So we've got shout outs, we've got a shoulder tap, and we've got a little bit to go over.
Awesome. Looking forward to it.
Excellent. We'll jump right into it with Franley. Franley is an update from a shoulder tap that I made on the 8th. And they're in the live funded account. And today is their 5th day in trading. They're up $2,250 in live funds today. The thing I like most
Nice
about
day.
this trader, fantastic day.
Mhm.
And in reality, any day in the positive is a fantastic day.
Hell yeah.
And that's why their first day in the live markets is one of my favorite first days. They made a whopping $50 on one contract.
There you go.
I love it because it's a new account. You know what? Things can happen. Test it out. Make sure it's good. Don't put your livelihood on the line because you just want to really go get them and get after it. Patience. And you know what? It's a win. Start out on a good note. If you can make $50, you know what? Hey, we're starting out ahead. We're playing with the house's money, if you will, even though it's not the house's money anymore. It's yours.
It's true.
And the other 3 days, the first 3 days in the account, winner, winner, winner. And he ramped it up. The second and third day were right around 2,000. Lost on day 4 without hitting the daily loss limit, which I love to see that.
Mhm.
And then today's day 5, where they're up almost 2,300. So really excited to see him keep going in that and taking money out of the markets. The other one, one of the other traders I wanted to mention was Jian Guang. And unfortunately, Jian Guang lost their account on Friday. And it went debit, unfortunately. The good news, a bunch of good news with it. They had a fantastic start in the live funded account. Their first 12 days trading in it, they had one losing day. And that one losing day also was not the daily loss limit. They've taken 13,000 in payouts, and the which is fantastic. We're here to take payouts.
Yeah, it's not a total loss. You made money.
Absolutely. The reason I wanted to tap Jian Guang on the shoulder is the first 12 days couldn't have done better, even with that big loser in there. That again was not the daily loss limit. But after taking a payout on Friday, they have on Thursday, they proceeded to hit their daily loss limit the next 2 days and then lose the account by going debit. That's kind of what I was saying last week on Thursday about just because you take a payout and your nice, big, healthy balance doesn't look as pretty or comfortable as it did before you took the payout, that doesn't mean you need to get it all back in the next 15 minutes or day or even week.
Exactly.
And it kind of Jian Guang reminded me of a test that they used to give traders or prospective traders. And one of the questions, I don't think firms use it too much anymore, but one of the questions on it was, if you have your capital available and you have a 50% chance of winning on a trade or being profitable on a trade, how much are you risking? And topically, it may seem like, 50-50, I'll risk 50%. No. John, what do you think?
Say it again.
If you have a 50-50 chance of making money on a trade, how much of your capital are you willing to risk?
Oh, not much.
Yeah, exactly.
Not,
50-50? Yeah, no chance.
Not half. No way.
Yeah. But to the unseasoned person, it may seem like that's what you do.
Well,
for me, it's probably less than 5%, if that.
Right.
I mean, ideally, it's 0 because we're not here to flip coins.
Nope.
Right.
But when you break stuff down and think about it in that manner, that can really help people to kind of get a better perspective of what they're doing here and what we're going for as traders. The only other shoulder tap is Matthew. He's in an express funded account. And nice thing about Matthew's trading, starting off slow, 70% winning days. Also has not hit their daily loss limit a single time, and they're really selective with their trades.
Very impressive.
They took a payout today. They've got small base hits, and their biggest winning day is bigger than their biggest losing day. And if I remember right, I want to say that he's only got 2 losing days. So
That's
he's
very
starting off
nice.
strong as well.
Very nice. Took a nice payout today. Always good to make it real. Always good to make it real.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And just the selectivity with the trades does maybe 20 to 30 contracts a day, which I know I've gotten caught up in over trading, and everybody has. And it's like, oh, hey, I took money out of the markets, and then you see the commissions and fees, and it's like, oh, well, there goes that.
Yeah, right. Right.
That's the reality of trading, though.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So looks like the S&P's pulling back a little bit from the highs it's a few minutes ago.
Andre's still short.
I am still short. We'll see how it's going.
Nice job.
Catching that knife, Andre.
Yeah. Dropping the knife, hopefully. See if there's any follow through. Pushing, though. Just pushing. What else we got, Brad? Anything else? Any shoulder taps? Or are we good?
That's pretty much what we've got. I mean, with everything going on in Western Asia and Eastern Europe, it's going to be pretty volatile for a while, and traders love volatility, and that's what we thrive on.
Absolutely.
So be careful. Maybe take a little bit of your risk off. Even if you're doing fewer contracts, you might still be doing the same amount of risk if you were doing twice or however many multiples more than you were.
Absolutely. Good stuff, man. Well, thank you. Appreciate it for coming on. If you got anything else, please drop it in here. Otherwise, we'll get back. I know it's early in the week, so a lot of the risk management, the heavy lifting isn't done till later in the week for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks so much for having me on, Andre and John.
Thanks, Brett.
We'll look forward to more reports later in the week.
Yeah.
Awesome. Appreciate that.
We see you all week. That's great.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Brett.
All right.
Oh, Eddie's back. Oh, this Bears jacket.
It's cold. I tell you, our furnace is out, and we've been trying to get it replaced here for like a week, and they're like, "Man, we're so backed up. All these companies, everybody wants a furnace."
Really? Wow.
So yeah, I got my little space heater here, and got my Bears jacket on. Yeah,
I think you're gonna be okay though.
They did win, didn't they?
They did win, man. Go figure.
With an undrafted quarterback.
Go figure, man.
Wanted.
The kid did a great job.
He did, man. Yeah, I'll take it.
He did a good job. You know, not too many yards passing, but
whatever. He didn't screw it up.
Got the victory. But coming up here, top of the hour, we got 10 minutes of just sort of bullshit here. We got Mighty Ox. Mighty Ox going to be here with us. So that should be cool, man. We're going to be talking about, I think he's another musician.
Cool.
Oh yeah.
I think so. Yeah, he's
bass player.
I don't know. We're gonna find out though. But, he's going to be with us here. It says here, when he's not trading, you can find Mighty Ox shredding on his guitar.
Sweet. Man, you guys can make a band.
We are not worthy. Cool. So that'll be top of the hour here. But otherwise, I tell you, we've got a week of a lot of payouts here. I saw that what Brett brought to the table, that's pretty good.
Yeah, still early in risk management department for the week, but it was still cool to see people put up numbers. And the one trade for $50, calling it a day. I know why he likes that. He knows that the trader's got some discipline and isn't going to be swinging for the fences day 1, day 2, day 3. So
just stick your toe in the water.
100%. Sure. It's awesome to see.
Sure. I think James has got something for us here. What do we got on this day? You got that on this day? I'll go roll. On this day in 1929, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 6.33%. The first significant decline in what would become the Great Depression.
Wow.
quick, save your canned food. Unfortunately, it would be just a taste of the pain to come for investors. You know, I got a story. My grandfather told me a long time ago. He used to trade. He was a trader. And when the Depression hit and everybody lost their asses, this one guy, actually, he didn't know who this guy was. He took his hat off. It was a real nice hat. Told him to hold this. And he didn't see the guy again ever. But from what he, Grandpa, what happened to him? The guy offed himself. He was one of those people that offed himself. And he had a great brand new hat. It says, "Here, hold this for me." And that was it. So a lot of people, lost so much.
It's a hell of a story, Eddie.
Yeah. Hold my hand.
No.
It's like hold my beer.
It's never worth that. It's never worth that.
Never.
No, but yeah. So this is the beginning of the great. It was 100 years ago. A lot of people. I don't know if people are too young or too old to know, but I only heard stories from my grandparents what the Great Depression was like, especially in a country like this. You know, you can never really imagine something like that, but it was certainly a reality. It sounded like it was awful.
Well, it seemed like a lot of towns or a lot of communities got together to feed themselves. I mean, as far
you had to, right? Yeah.
You know, let's get together. What do you've got? You know, what do I? And got together. I mean, it's my grandma used to say that too. Waste not, want not. And
I like that.
I mean, they went. I tell you, my grandparents, probably your grandparents and John's grandparents, went through hell. I mean, if you think about it, the Depression, World War II, even World War I. The Korean War. The Cold War. How many people build bunkers in their backyard at one point, thinking that we were going to be annihilated. It's tough.
My dad grew up during the Depression. He was born in 1926, so he was a little kid, but
being a little kid still,
right? His dad worked. His dad had a job. He worked at Swift, so I mean, they pretty much survived on bacon.
Yeah. How'd they get the bacon?
His dad worked at Swift.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
And my dad still loved bacon. You would think after some of it, you'd be tired of it maybe, but no, I think they were out in Sioux City, Iowa, and he worked at Swift. And so they were set. They were okay. But yeah. So but we're hoping that those times are always going to be behind us, and
I think so. After the whole COVID thing, I think it's probably about as bad as it could possibly look. I think, in terms of markets and just everything.
Yeah, and we're all going to continue to pray for peace, and
of course,
and that's
it's inevitable.
Yeah.
So, Mark, oil is there's nothing popping in oil then? Speaking of Middle East, nothing.
Oil took a dump here, but sort of bringing it back here. I think James got a news headline for us.
No, let's see.
James, what do you got for us? Something to change the tone. Man arrested for faking heart attack 20 times at restaurants to avoid paying bill.
That's a genius.
Genius.
Genius move. How'd they catch him the 20th time?
He probably went to Denny's like 19 times.
You did it twice in the same spot. He forgot.
Man
That's pretty good.
For faking heart attack 20 times.
Somebody says too much bacon.
Yeah, right.
Actually, bacon's the
same restaurant, yeah.
The good fat, they talk about it. Talk about the good fat in eating. You ever get like pork back? It's almost like bacon. I tell you, cut it up, spice it up with some Cajun spice, throw it in the air fryer. Delicious.
You got me thinking about lunch though now.
I know, right?
You know,
Right.
Johnny, before we were talking about roast beef sandwiches, about a week ago or so. And I tell you, the Friday I was off, I went and bought like 1.5 pounds of roast beef. So I was eating roast beef all week. Yes, carnivores we are. Yes, we are. But we've got just a few more minutes here. We'll bring the Mighty Ox on. But I don't know, any closing comments here, Andre?
Nothing. Thanks for having me on for Talking Shop and for Shoulder Tap. I will be on with Fast Markets tomorrow. I think Deanna and I will be flip-flopping throughout the week. So you got me tomorrow. Sorry about that to all those that love Deanna as much as we do. We'll make the best of it. We'll trade it up. But that's all I got for now. Pretty quiet right now. I'm still short, so I'll be tending this trade. That's about all I got for right now. So far, so good. It's been a good Monday. Let's keep it going.
There you go.
All right.
All right.
Did you get out of your trade, Andre?
I did not. I'm still short.
All right. Well, keep.
I will. I'll update the guys. I can update everyone if they want.
Yeah, keep us posted.
Cool.
See what you get after that.
All right, we'll do. See you, fellas. And I want to tune in the power players. Our power player segments have been kicking ass lately. Guest booking, the people in the background getting the guests are awesome. The interviews have been fantastic. And if they're super great, we'll post them in a standalone to the YouTube channel. So like, subscribe, sound off in the comments. You guys are awesome. Let's keep this going.
Thanks, Andre.
All right, Andre. Thanks, buddy.
See you, bro.
Take care, fellas.
Bye-bye. All right. We'll be back here in just a few with power players and Mighty Ox Trading. So
yeah,
be right back.
No quiz today. Jack is out. So no quiz today, but we'll still be doing the group coaching session right around noon. Looking forward to seeing everybody there.
Cool. Thanks, John.
Thanks.
Mighty Ox Training. Welcome. What's going on? You know what? I tell you, I love that name, Mighty Ox.
Well, thank you, and thank you for having me.
It's great. Thank you for stepping up to the plate and here for our power player interview. Now, Mighty Ox Trading is dedicated to trading futures markets, providing some trading education and staying on top of various news and sales in the futures funding prop firms. Live streams every morning, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., trading the futures markets while working on getting funded by various prop firms. Mighty Ox mainly trades NASDAQ, but monitors other markets like metals, energies, crypto. We'll talk about some of that. Agriculture. Well, you're all over the place. And check out some of the streams and quality community traders, which encompass a full spectrum of traders, from beginners to seasoned traders, 20 years plus, and veterans. Cool. So you're on out of Vegas, right?
No, I'm in Decatur, Illinois.
Oh, you are? Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Somehow I think you might have switched me up with somebody else, because in the email that you sent out to everyone today, you had me playing guitar, and I've never had any musical talent in my life. So you might have switched me up with somebody.
Did I get the other stuff right?
Yes, you got everything else right.
All right. So maybe we get your guitar anyway, and you can start shredding. But nice to have you on here with us. And let's start it out. Tell us about yourself. How you got started, what led you to this career in trading.
Well, my trading journey actually started with a personal tragedy, really. I always had an interest, but no money in trading. I spent a little time on Robinhood, but that was about it. But back in late 2019, I'm diabetic, got an infection in my foot, had an amputation, ended up in a rehab after that. COVID hit. My foot was on back order for my prosthesis because of COVID. So I had nothing to do while being in this rehab center.
Right.
And oil had just gone negative. And I had a little bit of money in Robinhood and decided to go long on a bunch of penny oil stocks, quadrupled my money in 3 days, and said, hey, you know what? I knew it was a fluke, but I also said, you know what? I think I like this. I need to start learning more about this. And that's basically where, I decided to spend that time that was being just wasted in that center, starting to teach myself from YouTube and, other things of how to trade. And I started off with stocks, got frustrated because I didn't have a lot of money. PDT rule is a psychological killer because you never want to waste one of your three day trades in a week. Right. So I ended up hearing about futures funding firms from another live streamer, and that's how I got into futures. Gave myself because I really had no idea what futures were at that point. Gave myself a crash course and kind of jumped in from there.
All right, so you're sort of feeling other companies out, trying this one. Is that what I take?
Yeah, I've been with a bunch of different companies over the journey so far, but I started off with Topstep, and now I've come back to Topstep. Put it that way. All
right. So you did the circle, which is I would probably do the same thing. Give it a try. It's like a restaurant. You check out all the other places and say, you know what, I like what this place is serving the best. So glad to have you back here with us. And do you have like a community? You got a community that you share information with?
Right. Yeah, we have. I live stream every morning, and it's a small. It's not like any of the big players like Matt and Patrick, but it's a small, tight-knit group that we encourage each other. We are there for each other when we're down. We're there for each other when we're up. Graduate, and honestly, in this trading journey, it can be frustrating. They've getting up every morning and doing that has been part of what during the really down times where I was really struggling, it's kept me in the game. I've probably quit trading 100 times, sometimes multiple times in a day. But it's them that have kept me in the game, and them rooting for me and them telling me that they look forward to the stream each day. That type of thing is what's kept me in this game, and now seeing me hopefully starting to turn the corner.
Right. It happens. We tend to, when we start in this business, especially, spinning our wheels and not moving forward and wondering why and getting frustrated and I'm done with this. I mean, I myself too. I think all of us can say that, we quit, 100 times over. But it's something in the passion and desire that brings us back. Something that we want to see move forward, and once we get that traction, that little traction, then it's like you're hooked, you're in, and, I'm going to make this the best, I can. And, with the community behind you. I mean, we got a great community here too. And I can see exactly what you're talking about. When you're on the down and out, who do you turn to? Your friends, such as life. And, that's what a community can do. And, let's get going. You can do this. And, I've seen that so many times, and I'm so happy to see that in this business.
It's like like Topstep's been promoting lately about having a trading buddy. Well, I have 20, 30, whatever, 40 trading buddies that I talk with every morning as I'm trading, and as they're trading. So I think, that's I think it's really important. Trading can be a very solitary event if you let it be, and you can really get into your own mind if you're not bouncing stuff off other people.
Right. Now, I've seen that you've got a lot of different markets that you're trading. Right now, what's your preferred market? And why?
I'm NQ 95% of the time.
You like the speed, you like the action. Let me ask you, what kind of time frames do you use?
Right now, I've been all over the place. I was doing 5 minute, 3 minute. I backed down to 1 minute, which is where I was in the past, and I had the most success there. But
really, okay,
moved back. Then I got in my head that 5 minute, you don't need to make as many fast decisions, so on. But now that I'm back to the 1 minute, I'm back to finding my groove.
Yeah.
But I'm also, with the same strategy now, also looking at a 30 minute, because I do like the idea of when I'm not on stream, because when you're on stream, you kind of want to have more action going on. But when I'm not on stream, I like the idea of being able to check the charts once every 30 minutes, make a decision, and then not have to look back. If you enter a trade, set a target, set a stop, and then not have to look again for another 30 minutes. Do other stuff.
But you mentioned that you're trading the NASDAQ on the 1 minute. It's like you got to be a quick draw on that one. You're you got to be quick on the buzzer on Family Feud.
Yeah.
You got to. Don't you find it like a blur? Because I after crude, at one point I was trading crude years back, and it sort of died. And a lot of us crude traders, that was the action. We sort of transitioned over to NASDAQ, and we got that pump back up again. Big fast market, a lot of volume. But as I'm coaching traders, and I see that they've got that 1 minute on NASDAQ, I'm like, man, it's. How can you read that? Are you a scalper? Are you a long-term trader? Or how does that work?
I'm a scalper. Almost all my trades last less than 5 minutes. I'm scalping, and I have a couple of indicators that help me see, my candles turn a separate color, etc., to help me identify where I want to get in. Actually, entries aren't my issue. It's figuring out where to get out. I get out way too soon.
Right.
But getting in, I'm getting that down. except for when I doubt myself. But it's the exits where I get too jittery, seeing, because NASDAQ's real jittery, obviously. It comes down 5 points, goes back up 5 points, and you're like, well, there goes the trade, and then comes back down 5 points. And, it's just, that's the psychological part that, gets to me, is not holding the trade like I should.
Right. Well, if you can take a profit off it, especially being a scalper, you're doing your job, and I myself, I sort of lean on calling myself, a scalp trader also. And, if I take that profit too soon, I'm building confidence. It's a win in my column. And the mindset is a win is a win. And then I look for another opportunity. There might be the same opportunity there again, especially, if you're trading the NASDAQ, like you said.
Oh, yeah.
Down, up, down. You might have that trade 3 or 4 times. So, that's something really cool to do. Now, mention crypto. Now, that's something that, I don't know, it's sort of got put on the back burner for a lot of people. Is that something that you're watching fluently, daily?
For now, I got out of crypto for the most part. I still watch the charts, but
what's your take? Yeah. What's your take on crypto? Does it have a future?
I think Bitcoin has a future. I think Ethereum has a future. I don't know why we need 20,000 different altcoins. And I think that's taken away from what Bitcoin and Ethereum could end up being. Is when you have 10,000 dog coins that mean nothing. I think Bitcoin can be something in the future, but I do think it needs some regulation. But not over regulation either. It's a fine balance, but I think it can definitely help, especially maybe countries, developing countries at war, where they can move money without government. That type of thing. I'm not sure how much adoption in first world countries, it really helps, but I think it can help on a global scale.
Okay. I like that theory. That's a positive theory. I like that. We get a lot of news over the wire throughout the day. Early morning, you check out and see what's going on. Throughout the day, I'm always sort of watching what hits the wire, anything of importance. How do you stay up to date with market trends and news? Do you?
Yes. I have a, market news page up all the time, watching for it. And I always look, when I start to stream off in the morning, I always go over what news is scheduled for that day, what Fed speakers are scheduled for that day. What we're gonna have to watch out for. Obviously, you have the big ones, but the smaller news reports, GDP and things like that, can also move the market, sure, in a big way. So, you don't ever want to be surprised by something that you can have prepared for. So yeah, always watching that, always have that, ready and watching for any shocks to the market too. Something happens. I was live streaming. I used to do evening streams. I was live streaming when Russia invaded Ukraine, and was there watching the market just drop. And that's not something you can prepare for, but it was like
right,
interesting to be doing that at that time. Luckily I wasn't in anything at the time. I wish I had been in short, but I wasn't in anything at the time, and it was just like
yeah. No, that's, the right place at the right time. And that's one thing too. I know we don't like to see what's going on, as far as war and stuff and so forth, but, our job is to be traders, that's our job. And I was always taught that too. You're here to trade. If you want to do something else, or you want to help the cause, there's other opportunities, but if you're here, you're here to trade. Now, how about, if you can, walk us through your typical trade day from right when you get up to when you're putting on your first trade?
My trade day, for me, it probably starts differently than most, because I'm also dealing with starting the live stream. So when I first get up and get over to my desk, I'm looking at what the markets did overnight. I look over, like 5 different assets plus, all the equities. And then, I just kind of watch. I'll eat breakfast while I watch, and then I'll get the stream started. Then we'll, start. At that point is when I'm starting, I'm just looking for the opportunities after I do the intro and the stream. Look at what news we have that day, go over what the markets did overnight with who's ever there at the beginning of the stream. And then I just start looking for my opportunities as, from that point forward. And, hopefully, one thing about streaming is you can get distracted. So, help to not miss a good trade, which happens. But it's another reason why I've actually moved. I like the 1 minute because when you're on the 5 minute, you might only get one or two opportunities. Mm-hmm. And the 1 minute, then I would think, I need to find something, and that gets in your head. From the 1 minute, I'm like, you know what? There's probably gonna be another opportunity here in the next few minutes. So that's another thing that's helped with my trading struggles have all been psychological. So I'm always trying to find something that's going to help with that.
Okay. Now, sort of going back to the last question now, when something comes, when a news hits the wire, are you one to jump on it right away? Are you one to just let the dust settle and get the true direction of where the market wants to go?
I almost never trade, major news. I mean, if something just yells out at me with one of my setups, then I might. But for the most part, I let news settle because it can, especially with NQ, it can be so jittery, so up and down, so quick that or if I decide I really like something, instead of doing one regular contract, I'll go down to a couple of micros and do that.
All right, that's smart. If you got that hunch or things are looking like your game plan, you go down to the micros. That's a smart move, because if you're wrong, it's not going to be that bad of a hit, and if you're right, it's like you just sort of put that on, file it under confidence. It's like I said, a win is a win, whether it be minis or micros. So,
right.
So you build that confidence up, and you become a better trader. Now, how about strengths and weaknesses? I know that you got a community with you, but what are your strengths that are good strengths while trading?
My strengths are, I think, definitely risk management on the side of, I'm never one of those that's going to go max contracts. It's very rare for me to go higher than one contract at a time. Okay. And like I said, if I'll go down the micros if I really feel unsure or whatever. That's probably my strength, but it can also be a weakness in the fact that risk management is that I'm too jittery. I question myself on almost everything, and I'll talk myself out of good trades. Mm-hmm. So it's my psych. My weakness is my psych, is my confidence. Even though, I spent hours upon hours drawing back tests to show myself that a strategy works, and then I'll still talk myself out of it. And that's something I finally am starting to turn around. Right.
I mean, a good way of doing that, and I share this practice. I've been doing it for years. Is if you're about to put a trade on or get out of a trade or move a stop, ask yourself why. Why did I just move my stop? Or why did I just enter the market? And the thing is, if you don't have a good answer, why did you just enter the market? Well, it's a 3-week low here. It's a level on my game plan. All right, well, that's a good answer. Okay, let's go with it. Why did you just enter the market here? I don't know. I don't got anything good to. That's not the right, and you got to be that second voice. You got to question yourself. Should I be doing this? Should I be doing this? And I'm always saying, not what's good for me, the trader, but what's good. If you consider your account a company or a team, professional team, what's good for the team? What's good for the company? And you sort of pull away from being reckless a lot.
Right.
I've caught myself a lot of times going, okay, stop. What's good for the company, which is my account. Okay. What I'm doing right now is I'm just trying to get revenge, or the emotions are kicking in. But that's part of getting traction and moving forward. You realize that.
Yeah. It's definitely, no one tells you this about trading when you're, looking to, learn how to trade when you first start. It's like no one that's, even people that have like free courses or whatever, all those. Everyone, talks about finding the edge, finding a strategy. No one talks about the psychological part of it, and I think that's most people's biggest struggle is, the psych part of it. And it's been my struggle that I'm finally feeling confident that I am on the verge of where I need to be.
Right. Well, it's like, keeping a leash on it. You don't want it to get away too far, but you want to have that leash on it so you can question it. You can, am I doing the right thing? And I believe mindset's the number one. I mean, as soon as you roll out of bed or fall out of bed, depending on what you do, you got to check the mindset. I rolled out of bed, got up, put my slippers on, went to the bathroom, I'm focused, I'm ready to go. The next day I fall out of bed, I'm going, oh my God, my head, it's pounding. I was out with the guys last night having drinks. Maybe it's not a good day to trade. So
right.
Make sure that mindset is in gear for, you've got to commitment, and you got to follow along. So keep that in mind. Let me ask you, Mighty Ox. I love that. Where'd you get it? Let me ask you, where'd you get Mighty Ox?
My last name starts with OX. So, and as a kid, I hated it because, as a kid, it's very easy to come up with dumb ox and oxy 10 and all that. So, and now I've turned it around and made it into a strength. I made it in my brand, basically. So that's where that comes from.
Well, see, my last name's Horn, so you can figure, I got a lot of stress in that, especially in gym class, where they tell you, put your last name in your first initial. So, I was, 4 years of high school, I was running around horny with my, it's a true story. But anyway, I'm glad that you say that. Mighty Ox, I really like that. I'm like, oh, this is cool. Who's this Mighty Ox guy? All right. But how about this? You're talking about you're a scalp trader. Strategies. What are strategies that you're looking for when you're seeing a market?
Right now, my main strategies are reversals,
Okay.
off bands, red candle off a top band, green candle off a bottom band, and I'm also looking at engulfing candles above a certain level on a certain kind of RSI, green engulfing candle above a signal line, and then the opposite for a short. That's what's finally got me comfortable with a strategy that's been working for me.
Okay, and the things also too, when something is working for you, you want to bring it with you each and every day. And I tell you, sometime down the road, you're going to sort of separate from it being your friend to being somebody that doesn't want to be your friend anymore. And, you've got to, even if it's a minor adjustment or something, but, what works for you stays with you. And a lot of traders, trading from the trading combine, passing the combine, and then getting funded, and they change things up right away. It's like, it's human nature to want a big successful account, and I think that's where a lot of traders lose it. It's like, just stay steady, do what you're doing, because whatever got you to this point will get you through to the next point. And it's easy to say and it's very hard to do, but you have to do that. Now, speaking of the trading combine, when did you start with Topstep?
Originally, I started Topstep about 2 years ago
Okay.
and left, and then restarted with Topstep after you guys made all the changes, go down to the one step and all that. That's when I came back.
Okay. Well, I mean, were you successful in any other venues?
What's that? I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
Were you successful in any other venues?
I've been funded a couple of times, but never got to a payout on other with other companies.
Okay, well, we can get you a payout here. I know we broadcast our payouts, so hopefully you get back again and pay yourself nicely. Now, let me ask you about risk. Being a scalping trader, I mean, there's, you got to be quick on the draw. You know, as far as risk goes, I mean, how do you manage risk?
Mostly, I'm using whatever my so-called trigger candle is. I put my stop below that trigger candle, and like I said, I mean, I'm usually only doing one contract, so it's not not like I'm jumping in with all 5 contracts I could trade, and where every tick's moving it, whatever it's moving it. So that's the risk I do, and then I'm looking for usually 1.5 or even 2 to 1 on the trade. So, but yeah, and I try not to move my stop, but because every time I seem to move my stop, I don't mean move it away, but move it like trailing. Every time I seem to do that, it seems to come down, hit me, and then continue back going where I was planning on it going. So I tried to leave my stop in place where I originally put it until I reach my target.
Yeah, I mean, I've been there, done that. Where you try to lock in profits. But once again, I tell you, just over the years I've been trading, the market will do that. You move your stop into profit, it hits your stop, you're out of the trade, and it keeps going where you wanted it to go. And I'm one to say, okay, good, yeah, I'm putting that in the win column, and I'm not one to say that, hey, I got to chase that now.
Right.
But I know exactly what you're talking about. It knows where your stop is. It hits exactly on that point. It knows who you are and wants to just take you out. But, that's part of trading, and that's what we got to deal with, Let me ask you about, now you mentioned earlier exiting a trade. How do you determine to enter? And then we can sort of break down how to exit.
You're breaking up.
I am. I'm sorry. Am I breaking up here? Okay. One more time. When you determine to enter a market and exit a trade, what are you looking for when you enter a market?
Just the signal that I get on my chart now that I figured out the strategy. So it's either off the engulfing candle or off the band bounce, and that's my that's my cue to enter. And then, like I said, I'll put my stop at the top of that candle. If it's a really big candle, then I'll go like half the size of the candle, or I'll go down the micros so I can do the full stop the way I planned it. And then, like if I'm looking, my goal is 1.5 to 1 usually, but if I see a obvious support or resistance area, then that would be before that, then I'll usually target that.
All right. Let me ask you about emotions on trading. We talked about psychological and so forth, but how important is emotional control in trading? And let me ask you, how do you maintain it?
I've gotten much better at that. I think it does help that, when I'm streaming, because I don't want to look like a total jerk, saying things I shouldn't say. But I mean, there was one day I was having a really bad day and I just blurted out, I hate trading. But it's something I've gotten better at. And as I've gotten better at it, my trading's improved. I knew I had to get my emotions under control. I knew that because the more the emotions get out of control, it just snowballs. So now it's just I've been finding more ways to just stay calm, trusting. When you start trusting your strategy, you start trusting yourself, the emotions start coming with it, because you're going to lose X amount of times, approximately. So you just got to think, next. It's someone in my stream always says, whenever he says, yep, I stopped out, next. And I think that's just a good way to look at it. You can't let one loss get you down, or 5 losses. Take 5 losses in a row. And if you have and you feel it's starting to get to you, then you stop. I've already on stream, I've kept the stream going and just kind of commentated the rest of the morning after I said, what, I can't trade anymore. This isn't working. It's whatever. It's my mind frame, my mindset, whatever. And I'm like, I'll just commentate and listen to what everyone else is doing. Follow their trades that they call out with what they're in, etc. And just mentally, I walked away from the trading.
See, that's the discipline part. That's the management part. Managing, it covers everything. If you can manage not only your account but yourself, and if you can recognize an emotion. Sometimes these emotions, revenge trading is something else. Revenge trading, you're doing something right away. Emotions sort of ease in, sneaky stealth ninja. And before you know it, you're like, what am I doing? That's the emotions. And if you can recognize that something isn't right, you're not following along, more or less, your emotions are changing and they're hijacking your account. And this is something where you've got to recognize it. And it took me years, I still think that's the hardest one. Revenge trading, I could catch myself right away. Like, Eddie, what are you doing?
Right.
When you're doing emotions, it's like, man, you're sort of not feeling right. And, the best thing to do too, if you can recognize that your outlook or your mindset, things are changing a little bit. Maybe you're getting a little sloppy, a little reckless, anxiety, stress. That's when you get up and you take a walk.
Yeah.
Or you go do something.
And that can even, last into the next day, and you got to be cognizant of that. You get up the next day and you're still feeling that off edge, that feeling, that same feeling you were feeling at the end of the trading day yesterday whenever you stopped, and you got to recognize that and, maybe ease into the trading if you're planning on trading that day, start small, micros, whatever, to see if you can get mojo back, or just not trade that day at all. Now, like I said, I live stream, so, I got to balance that, because I don't think anyone wants to tune in to just watch 3 hours of me do nothing. But, so you got to balance that. That's why, micros are there. Trade 1 micro, trade 2 micros, where, even if you're trading with a bad mood, you're not going to kill your account by a couple more bad trades.
It's something too, is, you're putting these trades on, and sometimes you just sort of throw them on. It's about, the emotion, how to maintain it, and how to do the right thing. And sometimes, you walk away on a bad day that you were very foolish with, on the trading floor, I would, leave the trading floor and I'd be on the train going, God, what did I do? And then, I'd come home and be at the dinner table saying, God, what did I do? And then I'd be watching TV, not even paying attention to what's on the TV, saying, gosh, what did I do? Laying in bed, you can't go to sleep. It's like, man. And then, like you said, you get up in the morning, you're like, oh my gosh, it's not going to go away. A lot of people say, don't worry about what happened yesterday, which is a good thing. Okay. But the thing is, you got to remember it's still there. Okay. Mindset wise, I'm coming in today, new day, clean, everything's focused, and I'll see what I can do about what I did yesterday. But it's tough. It's very tough. And I got to the point where as soon as I left the trading floor, or as soon as you turn off your computers, that's it. You're not going to bring it with you. And that's very hard.
Yeah.
But as time goes on, you can do that where, okay, it's work. Now I got to deal, now I've got my family. So I'm not going to bring it with my family. Or if you're single or whatever, enjoy the evening. If you had a bad day, don't harp on it because you're not giving yourself energy for the next day. You're holding yourself down. So be careful there.
The other thing I do is, if I've had a bad day, I'll go, at the end of the day, once, I'm done trading, I'll go back and look at those trades. Were they part of my strategy or did I enter for some stupid reason, whatever? And just once I can reconcile that, especially if, okay, you just did something stupid. That's why it's not your strategy. It's not not my strategy, not anything just besides a stupid decision. And then if I do see losses because of my strategy, it's like, well, you followed your plan. It just didn't work today. That's going to happen. That's the market. That's something I've learned over my time in this journey as well is, just look back at those trades, look at them one by one, figure out what went wrong, whether, or if anything at all went wrong, if it was just the market. And that also helps me, make peace with a bad day.
Yeah. I mean, it's gotta be. Otherwise you're going to go crazy. And I mean, I tell you, I've been on the trading floor. I've seen a few people go crazy. There's a lot of stories there, but that's for another time. Now, everybody is looking to grow here in this business. Okay. What are you hoping to continue to work on the most right now to continue your growth?
At this point, just getting more confident into taking the trades that I should be taking. My setups give me multiple opportunities every day, and I probably take less than 10% of them. So, as I'm seeing the strength in taking those opportunities, continuing to just continue, I'm looking more into taking the opportunities versus scaling up. I'm not looking to go to 2 or 3 or 5 contracts right away. I need to see consistency from myself over time. Get funded, then I'll worry about scaling up. I just want to get my consistency better, get my confidence more in shape, and that's where my growth is going to come from. Okay. Like today was an absolutely great day for me. I hit 6 of 7 for $720, and that was I was using the copy trader, so it's on 2 different Topstep accounts. So great. I was taking my setups confidently, and it was one of my better days.
See, what I like about that, 720 to a lot of traders isn't anything. But 720 to you is a great day. 720 to me is an excellent day. I mean, if I walk out of the day trading maybe $200-300, I'm like, I'm very happy. I'm very happy. I mean, those days will come when you're going to see 1,200, 2,500, 3,200. Those days will come. But having at least a focus and a target where you can say, hey, you know what? I'm happy with what I've got. I'm not going to risk any more trades. I'm going to walk away. I'm going to enjoy the rest of my day. I mean, that's cool like a jewel. And that's what kind of trader that you want to be. You want to be a trader where, I usually use the storyline where if you're walking with your friend down the street and you see a $50 bill on the ground, are you going to walk over it? No, you're going to probably push your friend into the bushes and pick up the $50. I mean, $50 is $50. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
Even if you get a trade that's $50, what's this going to do for me? Well, it pays commission. All right. Mm-hmm. Think of it that way. Make things positive. All right.
Yep.
Turn things positive. Build your confidence. Now, let me ask you, Mighty Ox.
I need to get that for my stream. I'm sorry.
What advice would you give someone new to trading? Now, you do talk to a lot of new traders. What advice would you give them?
My advice at this point would be, first of all, learn, but you need to find good sources to learn from, which is actually not as easy as it seems. And then, you want to sim trade for a little bit, but sim trading just doesn't give that same emotions. See if you can find an edge. You should, in my opinion, I learned a lot from watching other live streamers. So, learn from others as well. And then, in my opinion, honestly, with the way the prop firm industry now is, where prices are pretty good, pretty nice. I would tell them to get into a challenge, just an evaluation, a combine, whatever, just so they feel that emotions, and it's not that big of a risk. Go in with a couple micros, start testing out their strategy. That it'll be still a lot less than if they were throwing money into a brokerage account and blowing it all. I think the prop firm thing is, in my opinion, such a great opportunity for anybody that wants to get into trading. I've always felt that way since I found it, because you're not having to worry about margin. You just got to worry about a few rules, but you can get in, you can feel the emotions because there's still something on the line. And if you blow it, $50 next month, wait, go practice some more. Don't even, pay for the reset. Wait for your reset to come up at the end of the month, and, practice in that time and try again. That's what I think that's what this is absolutely wonderful about these prop firms, is that even if you're not trying to pass a challenge right away, I don't know, combine, whatever, it's a way to practice while there's still some emotion to it, and you can start finding your way.
Yeah, it's an opportunity.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Too many traders, not too many, but there's a large number of traders that are just too much in a hurry. They don't got time for that. Well, the thing is, you're going to find out later down the road that things are going to get much tougher. Things are not going to be working your way. And if you can approach this systematically, if you can approach this as a sponge, absorb as much knowledge as you can. If you're starting out, or if you're just, a new trader, and then file it. You don't have to use everything.
Right.
But file it. Something maybe down the road, your strategy, like we were talking earlier, doesn't work. Look through your files. Maybe there's something that you're watching her trade. Maybe she had something that maybe you can add now, or maybe he had, a strategy where you could sort of maybe add a little bit to that. So it's always, be a sponge in this business, whether it be just education, knowledge, tips, whatever. This is going to help you get through. So that's cool. Cool. Now let me ask you, Mighty Ox, we are coming towards the end of our conversation here. What do you do besides trading? Got any hobbies? I know you don't play the guitar.
I don't. I collect baseball cards and other baseball memorabilia type stuff. That's probably my biggest hobby, and I waste too much time with mobile games on my phone. Other than that, if I'm not trading, I'm doing other stuff to try and earn money to live at this point. So, a lot of my time's taken between trading and earning money elsewhere.
Right. Yeah, I'm a card collector too. A lot of memorabilia. 40 years of doing that. But I tell you, when I'm dead and gone, somebody's going to come in here and do an estate sale and sell everything for a quarter. And I'm going to be rolling in my grave. I'm going to come back to haunt them. But yeah, you hear that they've got shares of Mickey Mantle's childhood home. They're selling for $7 a share.
Oh, no, I haven't heard that. Wow.
It's on the news. You might want to get a few shares of Mickey Mouse childhood home. I think they're selling 47,000 there. But
is there a chart for that? No.
You know, I don't know. One thing that I tell you, you see these companies that are, selling shares of paintings. I mean,
yeah, I have seen that.
I think that's honestly genius because, I mean, you see a painting. I mean, there hasn't been any big paintings that have sold for less than what they've. I mean, it's just the market just goes north, you know. So, I was looking to get in some of that, but it really depends on the artist too, you know.
Right.
Artist,
yeah.
The artist. But all right, we're just about done here, but I've got the surprise fun question for you here today, and let's see here. We're gonna go with. How about this one? Somebody comes to you and says, Mighty Ox, we want to write a book about your career, but we need a title for your book. What would the title of your book be?
Wow.
3 seconds.
Ox trades. I don't know. That's a hard question. I have no idea. I never would have thought of that question in a million years.
Ox trades. I tell you, that would be something. It would be something that would be very easy to find. I'm looking for the book Ox Trades.
Oh,
they're right over there.
It takes a lot to stop an ox. There we go.
What was it?
It takes a lot to stop an ox.
There you go. All right, cool. We're going to be looking for that book at the local bookstore. If we still have any bookstores. If not, you'll find it on Amazon in about a year. But anyway, Mighty Ox, it's been a pleasure talking to you. I had a great time. I hope you did too. And thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. And let us know. I mean, let us know your future. Keep us, keep us in touch. You're back here at Topstep, and let us know what's going on.
I absolutely will. I'll keep in touch.
All right.
And I thank you for having me.
All the best. Have a great week. Tell your community we said hi.
I will.
All right, then.
Bye.
Take care. All right. Bye-bye. Bye. All right. We'll be right back. Top of the hour here. We've got John Hoagland and group coaching coming up. So we'll be right back. Good job, my man. Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you have
like butter, baby. heavy butter when I churn it out. They gon' talk behind your back until you turn around. 360, I'm on preheat, I be baking all the good. Chef Curry hit my shimmy, throw it up at half court. Tryna beat me, bet you can't, you would do it if you could. ISO to the indies, now you got it understood. Yeah, sitting like a boss, bring the workers out. Press on the exhaust, we be skirting now. No, we not the same, what you talking about? Got me all up in your mentions, musta heard around. How that sound, yeah that sound good, tell them break it down. ISO Wendy's in your town, don't forget the dollar sign. How that sound, yeah that sound good, tell them get in line. Hold it down, came up from the underground. How that sound, yeah that sound good. Sounds good, how that sound, yeah that sound good. Sounds good, how that sound, yeah that sound good. Sounds good, how that sound, yeah that sound good. Sounds good.
All right. Good afternoon, traders. It is just before noon here in Central Time. Welcome to group coaching. It's Let's Crush 2023. Got the full screen on me here. I got a slide up here. There we go. There we go. So yes, we like to call it Let's Crush 2023. This is me. My name is John Hoagland. I'm a senior performance coach here at Topstep. Got 40 plus years of futures industry experience, not necessarily all of them actively trading. I did trade on the floor of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange for 20 years, migrated to screen trading in 2009, and since about 2011, really, I've been here at Topstep, hopefully helping to develop traders. It's been a pleasure. I really enjoy what I do, and that's why I'm here every day. And always looking to make a difference to traders. And again, glad that you're here. Whoops. There we go. All right, we're good. All righty. So this is the CFTC disclaimer. Take a look at it. I should know it by heart, probably, right? But it's just to remind us that there's considerable risk in trading, especially futures, Forex. They're leveraged products. You can lose more than your initial investment. We should only be using risk capital, which to me is money that I can afford to lose. Topstep's going to be putting that risk capital up for you upon succeeding in the trading combine. And we're going to get into the questions pretty quick here. I'm just going to put the charts up. I have a whole bunch of emailed in questions, and we'll just keep an eye on these markets that just continue to roll higher. I think we've seen some pretty decent rejection below that weekly kickoff 4240 level. Well, we'll just keep an eye on what's going on there. So I want to get into the questions pretty quick here. We have a question here. So got a question from, I'm going to keep losing my spot here, from John. One of the things that I suggest and that, you know, that I try and live by and do before I get into a trading day is to form certain hypotheses as to what is likely to happen that day based on the context of the marketplace. And, you know, there was a question from John. Can you offer some suggestions or a framework? John, I'm going to email back to you something that I offered to everybody, and I call it a market performance worksheet. And it's basically kind of a stream of consciousness thought process that I look at when I'm going to be actively trading. I don't necessarily feel as though I'm putting 100% into the trades that I've been taking online. It's been very distracting and it's been difficult. I started out up, I'm down a little bit now. I'm not really worried about it because I know that over time, with my history in trading, which hasn't always been, you know, there have been really good times, there have been really bad times, and it's all just part of the game, right? Somebody was asking earlier if I've been trading for 30 years, why I'm not wildly successful. Well, first off, you don't know whether I am or I'm not. And number two is it's a journey. You know, there's no end to this journey until you take your last trade, right? This is something we're always learning, always improving, always changing, always, you know, as the markets change, so do we. We have to change as well. So these are just, you know, kind of important things. Now, John, I'm going to send you this file for the market performance worksheet, and on that, there's places for you to kind of put your your hypotheses, right? So, the hypothesis this morning was for the market to kind of show rejection of range from yesterday. The opposite is happening now. We were looking at the base of the late spike as a kind of a go, no go level. Well, we took a short against it. We took a couple of shorts against it. We did not get paid on that. Now a secondary hypothesis is playing out. Hypothesis number one, opening below the base of the late spike, look for an opportunity to sell strength for continuation to the downside. Hypothesis two, we reject below the weekly kickoff low and last week's low. We get back into value from yesterday, and then we finish the value area special situation play, which by all rights, I believe we have kind of finished that as we speak. We just put in that high, above value high from yesterday. The move is now over as far as the value area special situation play. So, John, it's okay. I mean, you want to set forth some hypotheses. You want to be accountable to how many of those hypotheses ring true and how quickly you're able to recognize when one is failing and another one is succeeding. Okay. If I was in my right mind and in the right seat and focusing on what I was doing, I probably would have turned and gone long once we had a 30-minute bar close inside value from yesterday to catch this move to the upper area of value. All right. So this is something I'm personally dealing with, and something I will work my way through is to be a little bit a little bit more trading focused than entertainment focused. And I know, where this is all tradertainment, but I'm struggling with my execution because we're kind of scattered as far as the things that we're looking at and the things that we're talking about and all that, but I'll figure it out. And either way, I'm going to be fine. So John, to set some hypotheses, but don't just say, well, if the market goes lower, it goes lower. Well, if it becomes range bound, it becomes range bound. And if it goes higher, it goes higher. You need to be thinking more in the context of trading, in the context of the market, the auction process. I mean, what really changed so far today? We're overlapping to lower in range. We're overlapping to lower in value. The value area, the late spike is actually proving to be correct because it's showing signs of acceptance of lower pricing still today. Even though we had a rally, the move is still on to the downside. We'll be watching these weekly kickoff levels as the day goes on. So, John, my suggestion to you is keep working on those hypotheses and be accountable to, again, recognizing which one is ringing true and which ones are not, and then trade to those hypotheses. Those hypotheses can be, well, if the market's going to be directional, I'm going to go in that direction. If the market's going to be range bound, I'm going to trade range bound rules, fade the extremes. All right. And there's deeper context, and you'll see on this document that I'm going to email to you, John. Let me mark this here. I'm going to email this to you. And we'll see how that goes. I'm looking forward to seeing how this may help you. Now, I got a question here from Chris. He's talking about the seminar from last Wednesday about the market and volume profile. Very probably on T4 is expensive. Yes, it is. Was wanting to know how much it actually costs. Well, it doesn't really matter how much it costs, because at Topstep we can't administrate those profiles for people in the trading combine or on live accounts. All right. Those sessions that Deanna was talking about from the Market Profile Strategy Lab, those were back in 2017, I think, and I don't have those recordings. However, Chris, if you are interested in the profiles, you can get them on Tradeovate. Here's what they look like. Here's the TPO charts for the mini S&Ps. So here is today's TPO chart. And it just basically brings it into blocks. Or if you expand it enough, you see the letters. But this is regular trading hour market profile for the regular trading hour session. And so you can get it on other platforms. However, if you are using Tradeovate, you're going to need to adjust some things on the back end of the TPO charts. You can find them here. If you were to open a new chart, not a legacy chart, it's only available on this chart, and then you're going to be able to move your chart type to TPO. Okay, once you find the TPOs, once you find those charts, you're going to want to go into configure chart elements and click on this. Now you're going to see the back end for the profiles. You're going to want to go regular trading hour session only, which in Central Time is 8:30 till 3 o'clock, 1500, 3 o'clock. You can add another session. You can add the overnights if you want to, but you're going to want to go with the TPO letters, one single tick size. I use 4 tick size TPOs for the NASDAQ because it's so rangy. And then take the auto off. That's the auto scaling. Then you want to change the colors. You want to see the profiles in color because you can look at this profile and see, well, this is the first 2 hours of trading. Now we're in the next 2 hours of trading. And then at the end of the day, you start getting into the greens and the blues. So you're going to be able to see in time where the market was throughout the day. I can also split this profile. So now I'm really kind of looking at a 30-minute chart, right? These are the ranges for each 30-minute period. Markets moving higher and higher over time. We can take that off as well. We can remove the split. Okay. So back into the back end here. And this is for anybody that wants to look at this and you're using the Tradeovate platform. You want to change the letters. You want to change the colors. If you click on it, you can choose a color down here, or you can, go up here with it as well. But I start with reds, then I go to yellows, then I go to pinks, then I go to orange, or go to orange, and then I go to yellow, then I go to green, then I go to darker green, and then into the blues. And if you're going to be adding anything in the extended session, you want to do that as well, so you can see where the market was through time. The initial balance, you just keep it at 100, 150, and 200 session. TPO, point of control, yes, you want it extended and you want to make it as visible as possible. It's not very visible on this platform. Value area, yes. Percentage, 70%. Yes, you want it to be to stand out in color. And then you've got the volume profile. Yes, you want the point of control extended. And value area at 70% and all of that. So then we're just going to apply that. Now let me show you what the TPO point of control looks like. That's it. That's it. Now you can see that this is the widest line of TPOs closest to the center of the range. That's going to be your point of control. Volume point of control is down here. Okay. So these are just, ways to kind of view the market again with using the market profile. And again, Chris, I'm sorry, we're not going to be able to administer the T4 platform. I mean, this is the platform I learned to trade on screen with, right? And again, we're not going to be able to administer the profiles on T4 for you. So if you're thinking about making a change in platform, you're going to have to cancel that one subscription and then reopen a new subscription with the new platform. It's never fun learning a new platform, but you've got us here to hopefully help with some of your questions as far as that's concerned. Now, Fred was asking a question about recovery strategy. So when I was doing Make Hogue Money, we had a tendency to lose money as a group, and a lot of days by the end of the day, I would be able to make that money back. Do I have a strategy for recovering losses? I do not have a specific strategy for recovering losses. It's just to continue in your process with your strategy, and over time, a good strategy and good context of the market should make you money over time. And I say should because there's nothing absolutely that has to happen. Now, since trading on screen, I'm on a little bit of a down draw. I mean, this isn't I wouldn't even consider what's been going on a down draw in my personal trading. But it's been difficult to stick to my guns, if you will, to stick to my process, stick to my strategy. We feel pressured to trade when there's nothing really there, that I'm not seeing anything. I've been in some good trades and kind of felt like, all right, well, let's just take a profit on this so that we look like we took a profit on something. And it's been difficult. I know I've been trying to put my finger on it, and I've been a little bit risk averse. This has kind of taken me again out of my game a little bit doing this on screen. I don't know why. I mean, I've been doing this a long time. I should be really confident and able to take trades that I want. But we're looking at different markets. We're doing a lot of chatting. It's been difficult, but I don't really have a strategy for recovering losses. As long as you stay in your process, not emotional, stay in your strategy over time. If your reward over risk is good and you're able to take trades that profit half the time, you'll be fine. But as far as like a specific strategy for recovering losses, it's trade your strategy, it's trade your process, and hopefully things will work out. And there, Fred and everybody. I mean, there have been times that I have been profitable for months, and there are times when I have had drawdowns that have taken months to get through. I don't know why they happen. They just do. But I've been able to survive them. I've had, wonderful periods of time when I was making money hand over fist, and periods of time when I couldn't find a winner to save my life. Why these things happen? Is it a market state change, some sort of thing that I'm missing? I mean, these are always going to be parts of those equations to try and figure out what's going on. Why am I experiencing these losses? But, the thing Dad said was, you can't give up. If you give up, then you lose. There's always an end to the hard times. He used to laugh at me, and he'd say, well, the beatings will continue until morale improves. And sometimes that's it. There's something happens in your life that there's a life change. Something happens. That can change your whole attitude towards trading and towards life. It's, there's things that happen. I mean, I'm still, my dad passed 10 years ago. My mom passed a year ago. I'm still dealing with some of those things, some of those thoughts, some of those feelings. I mean, I've pretty much, made my money for the year, which is kind of why I'm not all that upset about taking these small losses. But I know that these things affect me. If I'm in a fight with my wife, something like that. I mean, these things affect us. they affect our outcomes in trading because they do affect our decision-making process. I know Ox was talking about, trading mad. You can't do that. I mean, that venom just kind of creates the outcomes that you're trying to avoid. So look at that. We went right up to value high from yesterday, and now we're seeing a pretty good pullback. I should have been a lot more patient. Look at that. Value high, boom. Now we're getting the deepest pullback of the day since the open, pretty much. All right. Anyways, wasn't paying attention, so I missed it. So we're just trying to get back to the question here. Rache is new to trading Topstep in Topstep. Want to know if there are any more time with availability during the week or recordings of group coaching. Well, we do group coaching every day, Monday through Thursday. The one last week, it was kind of a special one. So we encapsulated it into its own recording last week. You can see that on the YouTube channel, but group coaching happens at noon every day. If you were to be looking on YouTube and just go, 4 hours into the broadcast, that's going to be your group coaching session. Rache, there's also group coaching that's available in our Discord channel, so you can kind of talk to our coaches in the Discord channel as well. So there's a lot of opportunities for you to spend time with trading coaches here. And welcome to Topstep. We're glad you're here. Again, we're always looking forward to your success. London is asking, why do you not trade CL? I've been trading it exclusively since trading futures the past couple of months. I see that Dee trades it, and she learned your system. So is it because it's too volatile or not enough volatility? London, when I am focused 100% on actively trading, I will trade the S&Ps. I will trade crude oil. I will trade gold. But I don't really see that I have the focus right now to do that. Seems I hardly have the focus to just trade the S&Ps. But these are things I'm learning and I'm dealing with, getting my head wrapped around. And I'm sure that over time, the ability or the opportunity for me to trade more markets will certainly be there over time. We did put the tilt on the screen again. It is now accurate. So that's that crawl, the very top. Okay, the tilt is a real-time snapshot of the sentiment or the bias of all Topstep traders in the trading combine and the XFA accounts. We're talking about sometimes thousands of individual traders. This is their aggregate positioning. So we've got right now we can see in the YM we're 69% short, 32% long. We've got some shorts in the YM right now. Can be really useful information. All right. So now that is operating again. London, we will hopefully, or without too much time, be able to see me and probably others trading sometimes multiple markets. But again, I feel like it takes a lot of focus that I don't have right now. But the market profile, to me, is an adaptable context tool that points out opportunities no matter what market it's in. It's just based on the auction process. Anything that can be bought or sold is part of that auction process. So it's not, it's not volatility. It's focus right now for me is just trying to get focused on one contract. Doing it this way has proven to be a little bit of a challenge. Okay. Started to create this is Dogan. Started to create a new strategy for day trading. Strategy is about trend following and waiting for minor pullbacks to enter the position on a 5-minute ES chart. I want to know which is better. High risk reward, 3 to 5 minimum, or higher accuracy hit rate, but our reward over risk 2. Well, Dogan, sometimes the opportunities aren't going to be as great as other times. So if you're, I mean, I'm reading your email here, and if you're going to be able to count on being right half the time, Dogan, in other words, 5 out of 10 trades you would take are losses. 5 out of 10 are wins. So you want a higher reward over risk. Now, if you're at 50-50, and your reward over risk is even, you're going to end up bleeding the account out through commissions, basically. So I don't think about taking a trade unless I can recognize that the reward is going to be twice the risk. And sometimes I even hit 3 times risk, or 4 times risk, or 5 times risk. They haven't been doing that lately, but historically I know that I'm right about 55% of the time. The running total for me is about 55% of the time. So I know that I have to be right for more than I'm wrong on every one of those trades. If I'm going to be right 55 out of 100 times and I'm right twice what I risk on those trades, I can build an empire doing that if I can count on those numbers. Okay? I guess somebody's trolling me here. They don't bother me. So just some thoughts for you, okay? Okay, Dogan, good. I'm glad to see that you're here. So James, thank you very much. It's nice of you to say. I appreciate that. What are my favorite time charts as far as time frames are concerned? 30-minute, obviously, yes. It's changed so much over time, and it may change back. I don't cry looking at a 15-minute chart. 5 and 1 minute charts tend to give me heart palpitations. Although there are times when I will look to them. But as far as the delta is concerned, how do we use it? So first off, delta is the number of contracts that trade on the offer are all positive delta. Every contract that trades on the offer using a market order to lift the offer is positive delta, minus all of the contracts that trade on the bid using market orders to sell into the bid. That's negative delta. Now, one of the things that I mentioned last Wednesday is when we get into let me get it set up. Maybe this Wednesday we'll talk more about the auction process. And I'm going to show you an example of how open interest, price action, and delta number one, first kept us out of a big problem in gold. And if you recognized it early, I mean, it was in essence a $200 move in gold that was foretold and supported in open interest and delta. now that I've said it, we'll take a look at this situation on Wednesday, and we'll talk more about the auction process. Okay. When we look at these markets, they are quite simply put, but very complicated to read, never-ending two-sided auctions that occur in infinite time frames. So you want to find the time frame that kind of fits you and fits your trading style. If you're a faster, shorter time frame trader, you're going to be looking at shorter time frame charts. Okay. James, thank you for the question. Let me get through these here. Okay. So what is my market profile software? We already kind of went through those, JP. I like the T4 market profile platform, but again, it's something that we cannot administer or administrate to traders at Topstep, whether they're in the trading combine or on a live account. I think that the best market profile tool that is available at Topstep is on that Tradeovate platform. Okay, so I would have to say for everybody here, my favorite market profile software would be the Tradeovate. If you're on NinjaTrader, I think that they're working on it, or it's on there now, but there's also some add-on companies that have market profile for NinjaTrader. One of them is FinAlg, fin-alg.com. Check that out. I know Sierra Charts has market profile, and I haven't really seen that much of them, but I understand that they're very good. When price is one time framing, a good entry could be the low volume node or the high volume node. I look for the opportunity. Okay. So as this market was coming back up, we looked at some low volume nodes to look for opportunities for shorts, but the delta was so negative and price wasn't really doing all that well to the downside. It kept me out of getting into any shorts until we got to the base of the late spike right here, right? So let's say, for example, the market is rotating higher over time. So what I look for is I call them volume shoulders. Here's a high volume node and a low volume node. If price comes up here, comes back to this volume shoulder here between the high volume node and the low volume node, this is a good entry in directional trading, right? We're looking for the market to continue in this direction. Market comes up here, leaves a low volume node, high volume node. Right here can be also a decent one. The market comes, rotates, B period high, D period takes it out, low volume. Now we start to put in a little bit of a high volume node here. Anywhere in this low volume, this volume shoulder, I call them volume shoulders for lack of a better word, between this high volume node and this low volume node is fair game for an execution. How much do you want to risk? Where does price have to go to prove it wrong? It's got to come all the way down through the lower high volume node to prove it wrong. And that proving it wrong doesn't mean it still can't continue this move to the upside. Okay, so I use low volume nodes on upside moves as support. I use low volume nodes on downside moves as resistance. They're just areas of rejection. Areas of rejection. Not a lot of volume up here, is there? Here's that value area special situation hit right there. Perfect. Perfect. All I had to do was execute. All right. Low volume nodes as targets. Do you use high volume node as potential entries? Nope. Other way, I use low volume nodes as potential support or resistance on directional moves? Good question. A lot of good questions today. JP, what day types do you pay attention to? How do you trade the different day types? Well, in mind over markets, there are specific day types that are named non-trend day, normal variation extreme, double distribution trend day. They all have names on them. I don't really pay attention to the names that much, more about what they're actually talking about. So here, today's profile, we have a double distribution trend day. We have a distribution of time and volume here. We have a single line of TPOs bringing price to another area of time and volume here. It can be an important area. If we take out those single TPOs, something may have changed. But this should be, and so far has been, support. E period, F period, took out the little stops here, still couldn't take out the single TPOs here, the single prints. So this can be supportive. You got to be careful because we're not the only ones looking at it. You're probably going to have a bunch of stops down here. Okay. So, day types, normal variation trading day. Normal days are when neither extreme of the initial balance are extended. Rare. They are rare. But, if you have mind over markets, look at the different day types. And if you don't have mind over markets, what are you doing? All right. Are there any statistical probabilities regarding expectations to be aware of when using market profile? It's a great question. So, for example, the market opened below a late spike. The probability is high that the market is going to be accepting lower pricing. Has it accepted lower pricing? Well, the range is overlapping to lower. The value is overlapping to lower. Now it's outside. Is this market accepting lower pricing? And how often does that happen? I don't know. What happened on the other extreme? We opened, we show signs of rejection of lower pricing. Upon acceptance of the value area from Friday, there is a statistical probability that price can reach the other extreme of value at some point during that session. That probability, I don't know. We used to call it the 80% play. In other words, opening outside of range and value, reaccepting inside of value from the previous day, 80% of the time offered an opportunity to exit that trade at the other extreme of value. I think it's more like the 65% play. And it's never easy. Rarely do they make anything easy in trading. Happy camper, ask Deanna on Wednesday this question. She's much better at kind of monitoring the data. Dick, I'm glad that you are enjoying Topstep TV. Just passed the trading combine, but nearly blew my express funded account within 3 days because I'm trading micros now. I'm trading micros now to slowly make my way back and to be more disciplined. Good job, Michael. Good job. Instead of blowing up an account, going back to the trading combine just to get another account, I applaud you for scratching and clawing your way out of the hole. You'll be a much better trader because of it. My question is, do you ever spread off into the NASDAQ if you get caught in the S&P? Obviously, the ratio differs daily and hourly. I've had to resort a few times, and it usually comes back. Any words of wisdom? Well, I mean, what you're talking about doing is basically an inner product spread, right? So you get something on in the S&Ps and it's going against you, so you go the other way in the NASDAQ. It's been my experience that you're in essence just kind of locking in losses doing that. Yes, you can limit losses doing that, but you know, let's say if we're trading calendar spreads, and you know, I'm long D's, and it starts to go against me. Do I sell March to cover, to hedge the loss? D's is probably going to go further than the March, and so in essence, all I'm doing is beating myself at the spread. I'm putting the spread on at a worse than current market level because I've legged it. You know, I'm long D's, it's going against me, so I'm going to have to hit a bid in March. I've basically locked in the loss. Now, you know, there are probably techniques that other people know or think that you can use or whatever it is, to where you're going to lift the other side of the leg when it picks a direction, something like that. You know, not something that I've tried it in the S&Ps. You know, what you really wanted to do is you wanted to, you know, like buy the back month on a downtick and then sell the front month, because then you can lock in profits using the spread. That's what rollover was like back in the day, back on the trading floor, but we can't do that now. So it's not something I would suggest. If you find a good way to do it, let me know. All right. Ronan, past trading combine 50K in 8 days. Also had scaled up to 2250 last Thursday evening. Nice. However, I immediately stupidly traded 5 contracts and blew my New York daily limit on Friday, and then on 2 contracts blew it again in pre-markets this morning. I'm in the UK, so pre-market is tempting as the market only opens at 2:30 here for you. Realize the open markets make more sense now. However, I only have a $212 cushion before I strike my XFA tomorrow. Any advice to stay above that and build back? Certainly only trade 1 contract and try and wait for some clear signals. Nice job getting started. You really don't want to start leveraging until you got a lot more money. I tell people that the biggest jump in risk a trader should take in their career is going from 1 to 2 contracts, because it doubles your risk. It changes the decision-making process. It changes everything. So with $212, start trading micros. Start trading micros if you can. Try and build your way back. And again, traders that do this, they steel themselves to being able to do this. I used to kind of use an analogy. I wanted to learn how to play the guitar. I was a drummer, but I wanted to learn how to play the guitar. So one of my guitarists says, well, if you want to be a good guitarist, get yourself a nice steel string acoustic guitar. I said, why? He said, because they're harder to play. It's harder on your fingers. You'll be a stronger player because you're playing an acoustic steel string guitar. An electric guitar, you don't even have to really push on the strings to make a tone. An acoustic steel string, it's a lot more difficult to trade. Therefore, to play. Therefore, you'll be a better player, a stronger player. And I kind of feel that way about traders that, instead of YOLOing a loss into getting and having to do a reset. Digging your way out of that is a very valuable tool. It should increase your confidence, and then you don't have to go back and do a trading combine again and all that. So, Ronan, my suggestion is start trading micros, build yourself up, back up, slowly and surely, and again, always looking forward to your success. Man, I got a lot of questions today, and I apologize if I'm missing stuff in the chat here. How do you draw those volume profiles? What parameters do you put for market profile, Syed? The volume profile is regular trading hour session only. On this platform, which is Trading View, I'm not sure. I had somebody code these for me, so I'm not sure if they're readily available on the Trading View platform. However, they are readily available on the Tradeovate platform. So you can do it either one of two ways. You can have your volume profiles populate next to your TPO profiles, or you go on the 30-minute chart and you go drawing tools, volume profile. I want it to start at 8:30, so I'll click and let it go and then drag it all the way to the right, and it's continuing to populate the profile over here. At the end of the day, I can push this back one and that'll hold it. So let's say I wanted to see Friday's volume profile. Click here. That's Friday's volume profile. All right, Syed. Andre. Beginning, I think you will still have, Andre's asking, I often use the CME Group website to look at settlement in the daily bulletin. Yes, me too. I love the bulletins. Beginning Monday, January 8th, data access via the website will change rules. My question is, how can we have access to settlement and daily bulletin after January the 8th? I wasn't aware of this, Andre. I'm not sure how we're going to find volume, open interest. Now, you can see open interest on a quote board, but you're only going to see the open interest for the front month. So quote board, ES. So here's the last price change, all that total volume for today. If I go over here and I can select the columns, open interest is here. So I just drag it over here. So now the open interest is, where did it go? Open interest. Now that's just the front month, which isn't that big a deal in the equities, as long as we're not in rollover. But in crude oil, it's a nightmare. But I don't think, and I've been wrong before, Andre, that the CME is going to change the availability of the bulletin. They've been giving it away for free, for 30 some years that I know of, 40 years that I know of. We used to be able to just walk on the trading floor and they'd have them out there. You just pick it up on paper and walk away with it. So I'm not sure that that's going to be part of data access to the website that'll be changing. It's a good question though, Andre. Hopefully this is not something we're trying to figure out in January. Okay. Trading sheet as well. All right. You got it, forced user. If you have value area acceptance strategy for volume profile, actually the value area acceptance strategy was based off the TPO charts. The value area special situation play is something that is in Jim Dalton's book, Mind Over Markets. But he also states that he doesn't focus on it so much anymore. He doesn't view it as valid as it used to be. Although, I mean, we found acceptance inside value. We traded right to the other extreme of value. So I guess it depends on the day how valid it really is. Tradeovate platform you're using work on an Android, struggling to find. I have the app, which is very different. I don't know. I have an iPhone. I would think that it would, because you can trade it on, I think, just about any browser. But I don't trade on my phone. I may monitor something if I have to step away or go somewhere while I have a trade on. I always have a stop in. I'm hardwired to the internet, so as long as nothing wacky happens, I can manage the trade that way. But it's a good question, George, that I can't really answer. I don't have an Android. Brandon here. Let me get that for you. So if you go on our website, it's the third video on videos. You can't look at live. You got to look at videos. So here it is. I'll put it in the chat here on our YouTube channel here. There you go. Oh, and again, I apologize if I'm sure there's a lot of questions and comments and stuff that I haven't been able to get to, because I'm looking at the emailed in stuff. But there's the group coaching session from Wednesday. So Sivansh is asking if it's possible to learn trading from you or from some pro. If yes, then what would be the cost? Well, we don't cost anything here at Topstep, but unfortunately, if you're looking for one-on-one coaching, stuff like that, then I'm afraid I can't offer you here. You may want to look into Deanna, Market Stalkers. Deanna's got, she's got people that she coaches. She's got a very defined system to learn trading from, Savanch. So Deanna's the woman that was with us today while we were doing fast markets. She's, well qualified to teach you what you need to know. So, Nicholas, glad you're enjoying TopstepTV. Good. If you were to start the 150K combine, what size would you use on ES and NQ? I use a similar methodology, so I'd be interested in what your level of risk you would use. Well, first off, don't use what you've seen on TopstepTV as any kind of judge. So let's see, 150K, you got to make $9,000. You don't want to make more than 4,500 in a day, because that's the consistency target, right? So if you can trade 1 or 2 contracts and succeed in the trading combine inside of a month, I would say you're doing very well. You're going to find that, YOLOing trades, always swinging for the fences. You're gonna hit a lot of resets. You're gonna do a lot of, and you may get to it, but is it really trading well? You want to be a good trader. You don't want to just make money, because making money is a byproduct of being a good trader, making good trading choices. So, me, I've never been a size trader. I tried, I couldn't do it. I used to trade maybe 5 lots in the big S&Ps, which is, in essence, 25 minis now, but 5 lots before they split, it was 50 minis before the big S&Ps split. Big S&Ps are now gone, but that was a lot of risk at the time. So I don't feel as though you have to trade big to be a good trader. Trading, trade less, make more money. You got to have a little bit of history to really kind of think about the level of risk that you're going to take. Like, if I've made $1,500, that's my best day in recent history. Do I have any business losing any more than that in a day? Just kind of look at your metrics that way. If I haven't been able to make it in a day, I have no business losing it in a day. And of course, there's periods of time when you're going to do well and periods of time when you're not going to do well. So, your average daily profit, don't lose more than that, if you will. All right. Okay. Does Mind Over Markets talk about different plays as well as the profiles? For example, will things like the special situation be covered in the book as well as others? Yes, they are. There's 2 or 3 of them that I still view as valid. The 3 eye days I don't really look at, but the value area special situation play and the late spike play, they're never easy, but usually by the end of the day, you find out what works. But they are in the book. Now, this is the old version of the book. So there's the neutral extreme days, value area rule, spikes, balance area breakouts, gaps. They're all discussed in the book. All discussed in the book, the Bible. Okay, Dick. Any tips on achieving mastery over FOMO? Yes. Get yourself used to the JOMO. The joy of missing out. The joy of missing out. If you're going to beat FOMO, there's going to be situations where you're going to miss trades. It's just a fact. I missed a trade this morning because we were looking at something else. But it's okay. It's okay. FOMO. I think there's different layers of FOMO as well. I mean, when you're trying to get into a trade and it's going away from you, it's slipping away, you're going to find yourself chasing because you're going to have that fear of missing out of the whole move. There's also the fear of missing out on exits as well. You have a trade that you planned and it made you 40 ticks, and you get your 40 ticks and it goes another 40 ticks in that direction. There's that fear of missing out as well. The fear of leaving something on the table, or the perception of leaving something on the table. It's diabolical, James. It's diabolical, but you've got to, when Jared was here, he was talking about, the amount of emotion and versus the performance, and it's right around 50% where you're peak 50%, you're not emotional, where your best performance comes out, right? And if you're constantly succumbing to fear of missing out, you're probably going to find, at times that, well, you know what, it might be the right thing to do. But when do we know that? When do we know that? We don't really. I mean, we don't really know 100% anything that's going to happen in these markets. So, James, fear of missing out is diabolical. It's one of the fears. It's one of the greeds. It's one of the greeds. Just get used to the idea of making sure that you're demanding the best trade location for your trades and be ready to miss some of those trades. The joy of missing out. Carter had an XFA, ran it to 12 grand, lost it all due to oversizing and overtrading. Lots of emotional scarring. Going for another account. Any tips? Carter, the emotional scarring is something you want to deal with. You want to accept that loss. You don't really want to. It's that fear that it's going to happen again. I know what you're saying. I know what you're thinking. That pain is brutal, but you've already experienced it. You've already experienced that pain. So the Mark Douglas, if you're not familiar with him, is a trader, and he's got a couple of really good books, Trading in the Zone and The Disciplined Trader. Mark Douglas wanted to be a trader, got a job as a stockbroker, was trading. He lost everything. He lost his apartment, his car. He lost everything. For him to be able to deal with that amount of loss and to still be able to come back and succeed in trading means that you can do it too. There's another book. It's called The Best Loser Wins, and it's Tom Hugard. I didn't buy that book in a hard copy or even paperback. I bought it in Audible, and I wish I bought the book because there's things that he asks you to do in there that you can't see, because you're listening to it. But until you get your head wrapped around the losses, you're going to be chasing wins, and that's going to create losses. And, it's such a great question, Carter. Give yourself some time to heal up from those wounds, right? I mean, that's a substantial loss for a lot of people. And, it hurts, man. It hurts, but you got to try and let go of that hurt, that venom that you may be feeling, and before you can really kind of sit back and relax and try and trade carefree, but you can never trade careless, right? So I'm sorry that happened to you, Carter. 12 grand seems like a lot of money, but when you start to over leverage and over trade in futures, it doesn't take long for that to go. Believe me, I know. I've had some pretty rough times as a futures trader, and some really great times. I mean, I call myself a futures survivor. You know, am I rich beyond all my dreams? No. Am I ever going to be destitute? No. But it's been a hell of a roller coaster ride from beginning to now. You know, I don't trade big because I don't need to trade big. Maybe think about that, Carter. Maybe think about that. All right, folks. I really appreciate everybody being here. And again, I apologize that that I wasn't able to really kind of go through any of the questions and thoughts and everything here on the chat. Wednesday, we're going to take a look beyond the profiles and into the process of the auction process. I want to show you a fine example of an opportunity in gold. This was one of the most stark examples of the use of delta volume, open interest, and price action that I've ever seen. And, you know, again, if you didn't take this trade or you couldn't find a way in, it certainly would have kept you out of trouble. So I look forward to seeing you then. Have a great rest of the session. And I will see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock for the opening call. And again, for the fast markets. Let's see if we can make a little money tomorrow, huh? All right. Get out there and profit. Trade well. Be kind to yourself and others. And say a prayer for peace. Blessings to you all. We'll see you tomorrow.